self-care. Paid for by Majority Forward.
But inbound vessels would use the northern lane near Iran. Outbound traffic would go through Imani waters in coordination with Iran. And then there'd be a third, once demined, a third channel that would have two-way traffic. Is that an improvement from before the war?
I mean, it sounds more complicated to me, and yet let's put this in the broader context of the fact that this wasn't an issue before the war. It is now because the Iranians learned throughout this conflict that they had this kind of gold mine of geography that they could use as a negotiating tool, and they have done so. And the president basically has been wanting to put that whole genie back in the bottle and go back or revert back to where things were before the war, and that's just not happening. So this appears to be the compromise that gets the world and energy markets and the energy industry back to at least a semblance of where things were before then. But with these newly delineated lanes, I think the biggest question is, where does the money go? The president has said he would object to Iran taking any sort of a fee, and if anyone was going to charge a fee, it would be the United States. But it just seems logical, if you look at this, that this may be heading in the direction of also creating an income stream for those countries as well.
Wow. This is something else. I was talking to producer James a little bit earlier, Jeff. He has a vision of a beltway of Hormuz in which there are multiple lanes. Some of them have congestion surge pricing. Others are free, the slow lane. I don't know if there are speed cameras on this thing. I'm joking around here, Jeff, but
will there be an app?
But it's not so funny when you think about how ridiculous that might be.
Well, indeed. And I think that goes back again to both the economic and the political ramifications of this war. The president went in with Israel with a goal of leading Iran to just give up. He suggested that there might be a major change in government, that the people might rise up and take over the government. That did not happen. The energy ramifications that we've just been talking about has been substantial, and also the political hit that the president is taking in polls heading into the midterms has been also detrimental to him in terms of the effects of this war.
Am I allowed to ask you about Jeanine Pirro? I think Please. I can ask Jeff anything. This reporting of this meeting, I don't know if you saw her with the big box. She showed up in a red jacket, a big box full of evidence to show that she did the right thing in checking Doug Burgum in the Interior Department and dropping the charges against this canoeist who was charged, this Olympian canoeist charged with vandalizing the reflecting pool. The New York Times has a deep dive on what happened in this meeting, and it was a ripper. She privately called Doug Burgum an incompetent liar. Burgum defending himself in what was described as a meeting worthy of two decorated veterans of confrontational reality TV. To be a fly on the wall, Jeff, does she keep her job?
Well, it looks like she will. And it may be in part because she used the same tactics that President Trump uses when his back is up against the wall. She didn't come in and lay down. She came in with evidence. And she came in apparently with a little bit of, I don't want to say a temper, but certainly a little bit of an attack mode, which is very familiar to President Trump. It's the same type of thing that he uses. And she turned it against the Interior Secretary and also, made a point of saying, this is why I did what I did. I do think it's important to note, though, that before this massive turnaround, which is clearly an embarrassment to this White House and to this president, Mrs. Pirro also went out initially and said this was the work of vandals and accepted the entire narrative. But she has backed down, I think in large part because there ends up being a difference between the rhetoric that you can use on television, on social media, or with the press versus what you can say in court and what you can prove. And that's why they backed down, because the evidence just did not suggest that that was what led to this massive mess up with the reflecting pool.
Pretty remarkable, Jeff. It's great to see you. Thank you so much, my friend. Bloomberg White House correspondent Jeff Mason getting us off the launch pad here on the Wednesday edition. We'll hear about it, of course, on Balance of Power, and we'll be following him on his travels out west. We're also following the vote count in Michigan. We're going to get to this coming up next with an expert, Kyle Kondik from Sabatos Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia Center for Politics on the future of the Democratic Party. This is Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast while we're counting votes. Get to Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. We'll be there. Watch us live on YouTube and at Bloomberg.com.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation.
Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
With the Bloomberg Small Business Report, I'm John Tucker, brought to you by FidelityInvestments.com. Beth Beneke was on the verge of tears as she explained how her business couldn't afford to bring in newly tariffed goods from China. As the Minnesota entrepreneur's video went viral, she discovered a new breed of celebrity, tariff fame. The Busy Baby CEO's reaction to 145% tariffs landed her on the New York Times The Daily podcast. It also ignited a flurry of interview requests. Beneke had stumbled into a small but increasingly vocal cohort of small business owners who emerged as the face of mom-and-pop tariff resistance in the media and in the courtroom. Prompted by advocacy groups, they're willing to say what their corporate counterparts haven't amid fears of White House retribution. Speaking out was for some a matter of survival. Nearly half of small businesses took on debt to cover the cost of the duties. And that's the Bloomberg Small Business Report.
This is the Bloomberg Pursuits Report on Luxury, sponsored by Fidelity Wealth Management. More luxury travelers are designing multi-stop vacations pairing high-energy city destinations followed with quieter, more relaxing locales. Travel agents call them split trips, like visiting Singapore then the rainforests of Borneo. One trip, two distinct experiences. The vacation rental site Savvy says city to beach is the most common pattern, with Nashville to Orange Beach, Alabama, its top pairing, followed by Austin to South Padre Island in Texas. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at Fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Warm and humid conditions will be pushing back into New England as high pressure moves offshore over the next day or so. Partly to mostly sunny, 85 to 90 this afternoon. Clear to partly cloudy, 70 tonight. More sun tomorrow. Away from the coast, we could have an afternoon storm. Highs tomorrow, 85 to 90. Sunshine Friday, 90 to 95 with the chance of a late day storm. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Why wade through boring and irrelevant topics on AM radio
when you can listen to Bloomberg 92.9 FM for stories that matter? Breaking global news and the context you need. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index back in the green, barely up 1 point right now. Little change there. The Dow continues to push higher at a record, up 461 points to 54,548 on the Dow, up by about 0.9%. Any advance today for both the Dow and the S&P 500 index will be a new record. NASDAQ in the red. NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 Index down 0.2%. Our Mag 7 Index down 0.6%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index down 0.3%. The VIX holding just above 16, Wall Street's so-called fear gauge. The 2-year 4.21%, the 10-year 4.63%, and the 30-year 5.18%. Gold is rallying 3.9%, $42.35 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, little change down 0.2%, 75.57 a barrel. Barrel of Brent crude, 79.70, up by 0.4%. Disney profit beat Wall Street estimates. Shares today up by 2%. Paramount Skydance posted a surprise surge in second quarter profits with cost cutting. Paramount Skydance shares up by 2.9%. Paramount seeking to acquire rival entertainment giant Warner Brothers Discovery. WBD down by 0.1%. Demis Hassabis, the head of Google DeepMind, is moving to a chairman role at Alphabet's AI lab in a major reshuffle at the internet giant. Alphabet shares today down now by 3.7%. And Shake Shack shares are surging 6.4%. Starboard Value CEO Jeff Smith told Bloomberg Television his firm has built a new stake in Shake Shack. Again, Shake Shack shares up now by 6.1%. Recapping, S&P higher by 2 points, little change now. We've got West Texas Intermediate crude 75.68 a barrel, down by 0.1%. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you, my friend. He'll be back in about 20 minutes with more on the markets as we keep track here of SpaceX. It's not only because of the earnings last evening, it's about the unlocking of the lockup tomorrow. 900 million shares. We're going from like a 3% float to a 12% float, which could do some damage to the stock price. So people are trying to figure out what kind of sell pressure there's going to be on this stock tomorrow when the insiders get a chance to dump some stock for the first time. Won't be the only one. There's a series of unlockings, if you will, that are staggered through the rest of the year until December as the float gets ever larger. I would say that we're still counting votes in Michigan because they are, but it doesn't matter. The race is over here. Just over a point removing Abdul Al-Sayed from Haley Stevens. Remarkable. 48.5% to 47.5%. It's 1 point even, actually, with 99% of precincts counted. Nobody's talking about a recount. Quite the contrary. We heard from Abdul Al-Sayed, the Democratic progressive, who said he got a phone call from Haley Stevens pretty early on. Listen.
Haley brings the best of herself to her work. She is one of the most committed public servants that you'll ever meet. She loves democracy like I love democracy. And whatever differences that we might have had in the primary, they pale in comparison to what unifies us. A recognition that so long as we want to keep our democracy, that democracy better be working for people, and that all of us have to come together to make sure that we never let Mike Rogers see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So, Congresswoman, thank you for your race.
Yeah, she called to concede and issued a statement. Haley Stevens, no stranger to this broadcast. I want to congratulate Abdul Al-Sayed on winning the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate. He's a doctor, a community health official, a Rhodes Scholar, and a dedicated Michigander. I'm proud to offer my support as he takes on Mike Rogers in the general election. Donald Trump and Mike Rogers, see how quick she tied the two together, want us to come out of this primary tired and divided so their billionaire backers can come in and let multi-millionaire Mike Rogers walk away with the Senate seat. She says they want to keep the Senate red so Mike Rogers can keep rubber stamping Donald Trump's harmful agenda. Some of that is true. Need to win Michigan if you're going to own the Senate, and that doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. And of course, you've heard the conventional wisdom here on Bloomberg that Al-Sayed is a weaker general election candidate. That Haley Stevens, if she only had that missing point, would be more likely to bring Michigan home to Democrats in the fall, or keep it home, as the case may be. We're going to dig into this and a couple of the other races from an important primary night now with Kyle Kondik. Let's talk to an expert. We go to school with the professor who's managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Kyle, it's great to see you on the day after here. Thank you for joining us. A lot of folks, it's really amazing to see how this was reflected in media reporting here this morning, because I woke up to as many headlines in the tip sheet saying it was a big night for progressives, changing the face of the Democratic Party, to those saying it was a disappointing night for progressives. He only got it out with 1 point, and it was supposed to be a double-digit blowout. Kyle, how are you looking at this specifically Senate primary in Michigan?
Yeah, I think expectations got out of whack because the polling ended up being sort of out of whack. And I think one thing that may have been going on here is that, primary electorates are generally skew even older than general election electorates, and there was there's some sense that maybe pollsters were showing an electorate that was maybe younger than what we ultimately got last night. I think if you told me like 2 months ago that El Sayed won this primary by a point, I'd say, hey, that's pretty impressive performance for progressive candidate. I think, if you look at it more recently, and El Sayed himself and his allies kind of punched up, or kind of overinflated his chances by putting out a lot of polls showing him doing quite well. You could then say, well, I guess compared to the expectations as of a few days ago or as of yesterday, El Sayed sort of underperformed. So it's just kind of a strange expectations thing. I do think probably Stevens would have been the safer choice for Democrats, although she didn't exactly light the world on fire in her own campaign. And just in terms of candidate skills, I think El Sayed was probably stronger, but he's also definitely a more kind of factional, clearly left-wing candidate. And in a swing state race, you'd probably have someone you'd probably rather have someone who's perceived as closer to the center. So I think El Sayed probably will underperform what you might expect a generic Democrat, although there's no such thing as an actual generic Democrat or Republican. But in a year like this, even if he does underperform, that still may not prevent him from winning. Given that this is a Democratic-leaning year.
Well, that's fascinating to hear. The president weighed in last evening. I'm not sure he even knew who was running this. I can't understand what it says. Great news for the Republican Party, and I get the spirit of that. El Sayed, a communist loser, he writes, who hates Jews and Israel, is the projected winner in his race with the socialist. I thought he was projecting El Sayed as I guess he means Haley Stevens was. As usual, the polls were way off on this one. She was not expected to do nearly as well as she did. Are we talking about, I don't know what, now the Democrats' crazy policies, he says, will only get worse. Let's forget, because I don't even understand where we're going in that post for a minute. Kyle, the conventional wisdom that not only is El Sayed a weaker general election candidate, but that the Democratic Party is having this massive internal fight with socialism and communism. Does this race represent that, or is this a single race story?
I do think there's a trend. I think over the summer, kind of going into a lot of the primary season, the thought was, well, are the Democrats actually going through their own kind of Tea Party moment that Republicans went through and arguably are still going through, 15 years ago after Barack Obama got elected. The initial results from primaries were kind of mixed earlier this year. I do think the results from the summer do point to kind of a growing strength for kind of more left-wing anti-establishment forces within the Democratic Party. That doesn't mean that the left-wing candidates are always going to win these races. Another result last night was Representative Wesley Bell in Missouri's 1st District. He won pretty comfortably against Cori Bush, who's a more left-wing candidate who Bell unseated in 2024, and then he won his rematch easily. So again, you're not going to see this consistent result in every single race. Sure. But again, I do think that progressives are on the rise. Another race that's worth noting is Michigan's 7th congressional district, which is one of the most competitive U.S. House seats in the whole country, held by Republican Tom Barrett, district centered on Lansing and Michigan State University, and then some more conservative turf around it in sort of the middle of Michigan. William Lawrence, who's a progressive candidate, he ended up winning against two kind of more establishment-oriented Democrats. And, again, you look at Lawrence winning, you look at El Sayed winning, I think that it is possible that these candidates will underperform. It is possible that they might kick away winnable races for Democrats, but I wouldn't just necessarily take it for granted that they will.
William Lawrence, a co-founder of the Sunrise Movement, as it's called. I'm glad you mentioned him because a big part of his platform was opposition to data center development, which I know is landing to some extent in your state and my state of Virginia. And I should ask you about Virginia's 2nd congressional, because this is a different storyline, but an important race here with Jen Kagan's Republican and former Congresswoman Elaine Luria in a rematch here. It looks like this is Virginia Beach, one of the most competitive in the state. What's got your attention there?
Yeah, I mentioned Michigan 7 is one of the sort of the best swing districts in the country. Virginia 2 is another one of those districts. There are only maybe 24 or less districts in the whole country that really voted very similarly to how the nation voted for president in 2024. Michigan 7 is one. Virginia 2 is another. Virginia 2 is another toss-up race. Again, at the end of the day, you'd probably expect Democrats to flip Virginia 2 if they're winning the House. But if they don't, and that'll be a race to watch early on election night, just like in Virginia when Abigail Spanberger won re-election in 2022, it was a sign that the Republicans maybe weren't getting the kind of wave that they were hoping for in 2022. Virginia 2 will be another really key race to watch along with Michigan 7, which we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you about this new map, an expanded map from the DCCC. As we describe these races in detail, let's go broad here for a moment because the D-Trip just added 12 Republican-held districts to its battle map, bringing the target list up to 58 seats. And it's put some recognizable names here in the crosshairs. Lauren Boebert, Victoria Spartz, French Hill, Tony Gonzalez. What do you make of this expanding map? Mike Flood is on here, Kyle. Is this realistic?
The districts that the D-Trip recognized today or put out today, that's a mix of districts that some of them I still call as safe Republican in our rating. Some of them we have as likely Republican. We actually moved Boebert onto our board as likely Republican last week, although that's a district that a Republican should definitely be able to win, even in a wave environment. But we have seen this dynamic in which, for instance, there was a Democratic poll in Virginia 2, which we were just talking about, that was tied. And so that Democratic internal poll, that's actually a good result for Republicans. On the other hand, the Democrats have been releasing polls across the country in districts that aren't at the center of the battlefield that show pretty competitive results. And I think that's reflected in the DCCC trying to cast a wide net. In 2018, when Democrats flipped the House, they didn't win all of the sort of battleground seats, but they won almost all of them, or the lion's share of them. 2006, when Democrats flipped the House, the Republicans actually held up pretty well in some of the key battleground races that year, but Democrats ended up flipping a lot of kind of surprising seats, and maybe Democrats will be able to do that to some extent. But districts where Trump won by more than 10 points, they may be able to win a few of those races, but you probably won't expect them to win a lot of them.
Kyle Kondik, great insights. Nick LaLota's on here. Is Suffolk County going Democrat? We'll have more on Bloomberg.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The Senate still needs to take up a full confirmation vote on Todd Blanche's Attorney General nomination. He cleared the Senate committee hurdle yesterday. Blanche asked by reporters about U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro's decision for the Justice Department to drop vandalism charges against Olympian David Hearn, something President Trump questioned and signaled Pirro's position could be in jeopardy. Blanche says Pirro is doing a great job in D.C.
Again, I don't want the message to be because President Trump expressed appropriate frustration at the damage done to the reflecting pool, that Judge Pirro is not, and not only Judge Pirro, her prosecutors are not working every day to combat violent crime and to make this city safe. So
ABC News projects progressive Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed will win the Democratic Senate race in Michigan against moderate Representative Haley Stevens. The winner taking on GOP Representative Mike Rogers in November's general election. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. This is ABC News.
I'm Lisa Mateo, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
You research your investments. You analyze markets. But have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, It means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Wall Street Week podcast, Jason Furman explains what the Fed is trying to accomplish as it faces stubborn inflation and bond yields trending higher. Are we facing higher interest rates for longer? And how much of it is because of investment and growth? And how much uncertainty ranging from the Middle East and the ever-increasing debt burden?
And then the second argument is the transitory one, and I don't think we're going to hear that word from any government official ever again, probably for another 50 years before they get over what happened last time they used that word. But implicitly, that is what the Dove case is, at least at the moment.
When it comes to the T word, whether we use the word transitory or not, how long is transitory? I mean, it's been 5 years now that we've been over 2%, and there may be different reasons for the over 2%. But as I say, it doesn't look to be going back to 2% anytime soon.
Yeah, the different reasons is important. I mean, it looked at the end of 2024 as if we were headed back to 2%. It was almost within spitting distance, and then it took off again. Why did it take off again? I think in part that was tariffs, which probably have added 0.5 point to a percentage point to the inflation rate. And then subsequently the Iran conflict, which has added maybe a few tenths more to core PCE, a lot more to headline inflation. And so, in some sense, things were lined up nicely. Now, the story in the 1970s was one excuse after another. Each time you had high inflation, it might have been different than the year before. So you want to be a little bit careful.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Wall Street Week podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P 500 index higher for now, has been fluctuating, looking at a gain of 3 points, up by under 0.1%. An advance of 423 points now on the Dow to 54,508, up 0.8%. Any gain today for both the Dow and the S&P will be another record. NASDAQ, however, in the red right now, as is the NASDAQ 100 index. NASDAQ 100 down 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite down 0.3. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.7%. And the SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, it is fluctuating between gains and losses, just about flat on the day, up by under 0.1%. The 2-year 4.20%, with the 10-year 4.63%, the 30-year 5.17%. Gold up $167 the ounce to $42.45, up 4.1%. A retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 75.48 a barrel. Brent 79.58 now, up by about 0.3%. Oil hovering around $75 a barrel as Iran says it has agreed on a Hormuz shipping route with Oman. Fast-moving developments. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Balance of Power for any and all developments, both out of the Gulf and all out of Washington, D.C. Now, as for the overall market backdrop, Amanda Agati is Chief Investment Officer at PNC Bank. She was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
So I think the fall is going to be pretty good. It's going to be choppy. We're going into a midterm election cycle, so notoriously choppy. So investors need to be kind of aware of that. But I think the underlying fundamentals aren't derailed going into the fall.
Amanda Agati of PNC Bank interviewed on surveillance. After earnings, SpaceX down now by 7.4%. After earnings, Advanced Micro Devices down 8.6%. Disney profit beat Wall Street estimates in the company's fiscal third quarter. Disney shares, they are gaining today by 1.8%. Oil majors, the super majors lower. ExxonMobil down now by 1%. Chevron down 1.5%. ConocoPhillips down 1.8%. And again, bears repeating, West Texas Intermediate crude 75.46 a barrel, down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Almost sounds cheap when Charlie says it. Thank you, Mr. Pellet. He'll be back at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern, with another reading on the markets here. It is interesting. The sort of manic market continues, and we remember we hit all-time highs yesterday, intraday and closing on the S&P 500. So that which was up yesterday is down today, with some exceptions. NVIDIA's kicking higher again. Look at this, $221, up over 4%, and Micron is reaching higher, up some 3% here, back above $900. The give and take continues on Wall Street, where, there's an old saying, a healthy bull market takes out its own trash. I'll credit Josh Brown with that one. And it's true when you see the reversals and the excesses that have been wrung out of the market. That's the way markets work. I'm asking today if Congress works the same way. We've already got one of two out the door, it looks like, in Chuck Edwards. I'll walk through this for you because yesterday we had the news, of course, of the Ethics Committee report. Was it the pink pistol he gifted to a staffer or the purple one? Because the Republican, both, yeah? The Republican from North Carolina posting at 3:30 in the morning that he's dropping his re-election bid. You wonder what kind of a night it was in the Edwards household when he's up at 3:30 a.m. making this announcement. The House Ethics Committee recommended he be censured over inappropriate sexual advances toward two female staffers. Drinking and cavorting. Dinners out. Yes, gifted pistols. The ethics panel's finding, corroborating, reporting that had come from Axios, including handwritten correspondence and casino trips. Now, the question is, what's going to happen to Max Miller? This one might not resolve so quickly, knowing that Chuck Edwards did, by the way, push back on these allegations when they were first made. A House ethics report changes your reality, it seems. Max Miller not backing down from domestic abuse allegations. This one gets ugly. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, in an interview with Politico, asked about Miller's comments on CNN last night. The nation's capital is still recovering from it. Speaker Mike Johnson, everyone else, they're all standing behind me, he said. Johnson said, I had spoken to Max about this the last couple of days. It's not my business to get engaged in members' family matters. Though he did call for a House ethics investigation to play out, as Miller is himself now. Decided to go on cable news, and I don't know, we'll have to ask Rick and Jeannie how they feel about this. The idea is to go on television to repair your reputation, and it seems Mr. Miller might have made things worse. Listen.
I am going to be successful in this November because my constituents know who I am, and they also know who my ex-father-in-law is, and they also know who my ex-wife is. And that's why you've seen people aren't running from me. My numbers in fundraising are strong. You know, Speaker Mike Johnson, everyone else, they're standing behind me. No one has told me to get off the ballot, and that's because they know I can win this seat and see this through. And that's what we're going to do.
He's referring as well to the Morenos. He's married to Senator Moreno's daughter, and of course, Senator Moreno called for him to step down this week. They talked a lot about the inner family dispute here. It's ugly. And if you're Speaker Mike Johnson, losing two members right now is a game changer. In a world of tight margins and thin majorities, every one of these stories is a big deal. In the old days, you might sweep this one under the rug, might not make the newscast. Now it's the future of Congress and the nation at stake, where we start with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick, our Republican strategist, is a partner at Stone Court Capital. And guys, we've talked about a number of scandals in our time together here on the air for the past couple of years. This one has its own fingerprints, I guess. And I'm curious, Rick, your thought about the way the Republican caucus might handle this. If you're Speaker Johnson, you don't want to lose a member, but you can't back somebody if these allegations turn out to be true. What does he do now?
Yeah, look, I mean, the Republican leadership is in a tough spot. I think they handled the Congressman Edwards issue appropriately. You know, they went through the ethics committee. They found cause. Edwards got the memo and, you know, withdrew from the election. That's one where, you know, we were talking to the Sabato folks. I mean, they had that as a toss-up already. Definitely advantage Democrats now. Somebody's got to get in that seat and raise money and start introducing themselves to voters 60 days before an election. That's tough. In this case, much better district, Republican district. Republicans, I think, are overly worried about, you know, Miller in the sense that if they get rid of him, can we retain the seat? They should be thinking about what kind of impact he has on the Republican Party in Ohio. We have a lot of races in Ohio. We do not need Bernie Moreno's comments about his son-in-law, ex-son-in-law, being the primary vehicle to raise money for Democrats in the state of Ohio. I mean, it's outrageous, the family feud going on here, and there's no scenario where this is good for Republicans. So if everybody just took a tab and sat on the sideline for a second, took a deep breath and said, how are we going to get beyond this? You're not. I mean, unless Miller decides to withdraw from this seat, this is going to be the most fun Democrats have had in Ohio in decades.
Jeez. Take a tab and think it out, Jeannie. Does he have to do this on his own? Will there be an ethics investigation that might outlast the election? How does this end?
Yeah, first of all, Joe, I had no idea that pistols come in different colors until this whole Chuck Edwards thing. So this is fascinating to me. Not being of the gun culture, I'm fascinated. You know, in terms of Miller, there are three separate women, including the current senator's daughter and his ex-wife, including Stephanie Grisham, who served as Donald Trump's press secretary in his first term, and another woman who have all come out, they do not know each other, and accused him of violence and abuse. Stephanie Grisham this week just asked for a court order of protection against him. And what is he saying? He is going on CNN and telling Jake Tapper that he is going to stay in this fight that, as Rick just said, is a disaster for Republicans. And why is he going to stay in it? Because Donald Trump has given him a playbook. This is his words, not mine. Has given him a playbook from 2016 that if you stay in and fight, it's possible you can win. And of course, despite in 2023, a federal jury finding Donald Trump liable for both abuse and defamation of E. Jean Carroll and awarding her $5 million, he was yet again elected president. This is why Miller is staying in this thing. And of course, you look at Senator Moreno. What he said the other day is just so heartbreaking. He described this as the seventh level of hell to see his daughter put through this and his family. And he said this is brutal beyond comprehension. And yet Miller on TV repeatedly saying he's going to stay in this thing because Donald Trump showed him the way. And by the way, Donald Trump has not asked him to step aside, and neither has the Speaker of the House.
Well, is that what it takes, Rick? Does the president need to weigh in? Because he's said, you know, it's accusations. They need to figure this out in their family. A lot of folks say that Donald Trump is the actual speaker. Which one of these men would have the influence to force Max Miller out?
Look, I mean, this is a cleanup job fit for only the Speaker of the House. The idea that the White House would allow the president to get involved in this is irresponsible. This is the job of the Speaker. It's his job to run the caucus. These folks all have to report to him. First thing I'd be doing is telling this guy that, he's going to be relieved of all of his committees until they get to an end of this discussion. I mean, like, there's some effort that these leaders of the party need to make to actually preserve the integrity of the party at this stage. This guy is going on TV for lots of times and like really doing a lot of damage to himself and to the party. And at some point, someone has to take a responsibility. Max Miller is going to dictate the terms of what a Republican is, around the country is a disaster for the party. Somebody needs to stand up and say, you know what? This is about the party, not about Max Miller. Max has got to shut up, sit down, and take whatever medicine the ethics committee gives him.
Wow. This is a wild story. And of course, Miller said he'll file I think he already filed it, actually, the paperwork to launch a congressional ethics investigation into himself. Yeah, Tuesday morning, he put in the paperwork. Jeannie, have you ever heard of this? Some sort of reverse psychology here?
Yeah, it's quite unusual, but of course he knew it was coming anyways. And so why not get ahead of it? But, Playbook was reporting this morning that a conservative attorney, Mike Davis, described Miller as an effing monster who must resign. And yet we see Speaker Johnson saying, let's just let this run its course. And this is the problem. If he was a strong speaker, if he didn't defer to the president at every step of the way, he would stand up like we saw Boehner do, like we saw Ryan do. And he would do exactly what Rick is saying. He would make his life very difficult, meaning Miller's, so he would have to resign. He has not done that. He wants to buy time until the ethics committee, which we know takes a while, comes out. And that is incredibly dangerous, not just politically, but it's dangerous for these women whom are claiming that he's denying it, that he has allegedly abused them. Why doesn't Congress stand up, and why doesn't Speaker Johnson stand up and take those claims very seriously? Miller has every right to defend himself, but he shouldn't be doing it on the public dime and in the interest of the people of Ohio whom he represents. He should step away and deal with his issues as a private individual, not do so in the media and out of Congress.
Well, it does make you wonder if these allegations are proven, who would work for a campaign with someone like that anyway. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the duration here. They're going to be back in our second hour. Bloomberg Politics contributors with great insights on what's happening, not only with these troubling stories, but coming up, we're going to get their read on Michigan, the Senate primary last evening, along with other states that were voting. El Sayed is the winner, but it was a squeaker. 1 percentage point, at least as it stands now, with 99% of precincts counted. We'll have more with our panel on that straight ahead. As far as the handguns go, everyone's consumed with the pistols. Chuck Edwards. One staffer got a blue handgun engraved with her name. The other got a pink handgun. It appears neither were bedazzled. Kaylee Lyons will join us coming up here for hour 2, and we'll welcome our global television audience only on Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Get to Apple or Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Look for Balance of Power and listen anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Mostly sunny through the rest of the day in the Boston area. Temperatures warm, 85 to 90. Tonight we're clear to partly cloudy. It starts to turn more humid. Overnight it's 70. Sunshine tomorrow with the chance of a shower or thunderstorm late in the day away from the coast, 85 to 90. Friday sunny, hot, humid with the chance of a late day storm, 90 to 95. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Japan and the U.S. intervened to strengthen the Japanese yen. Instant reaction on Bloomberg surveillance with Stephen Englander of Standard Chartered.
Is there any likelihood this can work for Japan?
I think this is a bridge, and they're hoping that something down the road happens that organically helps contribute to yen's strength.
Bloomberg surveillance. Must listen and must watch for Global Wall Street. Weekday mornings at 7 on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
There's a moment every growing company hits. What once felt simple doesn't anymore. Now you're managing tax in multiple states, weighing a possible sale, and you need a real CFO for board reporting and capital strategy. One firm can handle all of it: tax, transaction, and CFO advisory. Neil Jasani Tax Advisors, a new generation national tax and accounting firm for ultra-high income households and mid-sized businesses. Visit neiljasani.com or call 1-800-971-1124.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Stay connected with Bloomberg wherever you are with Bloomberg Podcasts. On The Big Take Asia, how India's cockroach party became a political force. On Zero, how should we navigate a world in which anxieties about AI, climate change, and capitalism collide? And on Trumponomics, why the biggest consequences of Trump's trade war may be the ones no one predicted. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive. Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. W291 CC Haverhill. W221 EE Topsfield. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
Wall Street waits for word of a deal. Welcome to the Wednesday edition, as President Trump says a deal with Iran could come as soon as today that could bring a new order to the Strait of Hormuz. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, reports say the strait could be split into 3 separate lanes, which could eventually bring tolls.
Yeah. And of course, as we're talking about a deal here, it's not clear that this is going to be a deal between the U.S. and Iran.
Well,
what seems to be in the offing is a deal between Iran and Oman over control of these different passages, different routes within the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I'm getting confused. First of all, how you have an inbound lane and outbound lane.
Right.
I guess there'd be a dual traffic, dual direction lane eventually once it's demined. But the president's been indicating that this is a deal that involves the United States, so it's unclear what we're working on here.
Yeah, and we'll see if we hear more about this from the president himself. He's due to speak in Las Vegas, Nevada later on this afternoon. That's going to be about no tax on tips, but as always, it could very easily veer into other subjects. I would imagine as well the president might take the chance to echo what he posted on True Social today about the winner of the Democratic primary in Michigan, who, of course, we learned today officially is Abdul al-Sayed, who the president describes as a communist. To be clear, he's not one, but he is from the progressive left.
That's true, and doesn't even identify as a Democratic socialist. But yeah, this is a crushing defeat for Haley Stevens, the Democratic congresswoman, establishment candidate, and it was a squeaker.
Yeah.
Kaylee, I guess that Emerson poll is an outlier because this is a 1 percentage point margin.
Yeah, this was incredibly close, which points to the work that al-Sayed will have to do if he wants to gain enough support in the general election in November to defeat Republican Mike Rogers. And this is obviously critical for the Democrats' Senate chances. So we'll get into this with Laura Brown, a political scientist, this hour. But we begin, as always, with a check on these markets. And for that, we turn to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee and Joe. Indeed, headline to pass along involving Iran. A word from an Iranian news agency. Iran says these new Hormuz routes will be valid for 2 to 4 months. Indeed, headlines coming out. We'll keep you updated updated as they become available. Right now, we have got oil, West Texas Intermediate and Brent. They are both lower. WTI 74.88 a barrel, down by 1.2%. Barrel of Brent down at 78.96, trading below 79 on Brent, down 0.5%. Oil lower, stocks higher for now. The S&P has been fluctuating. Any advance today will be another record for the S&P. Any gain today for the Dow will be another record as well. Right now, here's where we stand. The S&P up 8 to 77.45, building on yesterday's advance, up by 0.1%. The Dow up 464 now, up 0.9%. Stocks have been wavering near records. Nasdaq down 76, down by 0.3%. Nasdaq 100 index down 0.1%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Exchange Index, right now it is moving lower, little changed on the day, down under 0.1%. The 2-year 4.20% with the 10-year currently yielding 4.62%, and the 30-year 5.17%. Spot gold up 4% now, 42.39 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 75 even a barrel, down 1%. Barrel of Brent 79.13, down 0.3%. SpaceX after earnings plunging now by 8.5%. The company disclosed higher than expected spending on its AI business. Advanced Micro Devices lower after earnings, down now by 5.7%. Again, recapping here, S&P holding on to a gain, little change. The key takeaway midday right now up by 2 points on the S&P, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%. Joe and Kaylee, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much. And as Charlie mentioned, that headline out of Iranian media that says Iran is saying that the new Hormuz routes will be valid for 2 to 4 months, so only a temporary period of time. Iran also saying that this new deal with Oman will close temporary Hormuz shipping routes. So this is not abundantly clear if this is exclusively a deal between Iran and Oman to open more passageways in the Strait of Hormuz to commercial traffic, or if there is to be some role that the United States will play in this. As you mentioned, Joe, that is what President Trump suggested. It's just not what we're hearing from the other side.
Well, that's right. When you consider his language of yesterday, talks are moving along very nicely. U.S. and Iran, he said, will know in 48 hours. Then Axios says it could come as soon as today. But that is apparently a deal to control traffic in the Strait between Iran and Oman. It is unclear where the U.S. factors in here. Maybe Kate Sullivan can help us out. As we bring you live to the White House right now, Kate is our White House correspondent live on the North Lawn. Can you shed some light on this, Kate? We're waiting for an announcement on an agreement, but with whom?
There are a lot of questions, as you just pointed out, but the president is saying that a deal could be announced as soon as today. Now, this would be a temporary agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and Axios is saying that it would be a 60-day agreement that would focus on reopening the strait, allowing ships to pass through. As you mentioned, the different lanes, one would be controlled by Oman, another would go on Iran's border. There are still a lot of questions, and this deal would reportedly also look at resuming the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. It also would reportedly meet some of Iran's demands and give them greater control over the strait. That's a very critical point because before the U.S. and Israel started this war, this was a completely open international waterway. It was not controlled by any one country. Iran did not have control over the strait like they will reportedly under this new deal. But negotiations are still ongoing. The president is saying that it could come as soon as today, but also saying, as you pointed out, that we'll know more in the next 48 hours. So suggesting that details are still being worked out, the situation is still fluid, negotiations are still ongoing. I think it's also important to note what this deal is not. And it is not a broad, lasting peace agreement. It does not end the war. It's not a nuclear deal with Iran. And on the nuclear point, that point is very important because this is why the president said he started this war with Iran in the first place, to make sure that Iran did not get a nuclear weapon. So this deal is not focused on Iran's nuclear deal, though it could create the conditions to start negotiations on this nuclear deal. But this is very narrowly focused right now on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, Joe and Kaylee, we've seen many times over the last 6 months that a deal has been reached or a deal has been imminent only for talks to fall apart and strikes to resume.
Yep. there is a pattern here of the president projecting and claiming one thing and it not coming to fruition, just as he always, as you were alluding to, Kate, consistently says Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. I would imagine we'll hear much the same from him this evening or this afternoon when he speaks in Nevada. What else are we expecting him to focus on?
That's right. So the president is expected to give remarks in just a few hours in Las Vegas. It's part of this two-day swing in California and Nevada. The White House says that the president is going to focus on the economy and try to and focus on tax policies and trying to draw a contrast between his administration's policies and Democrats. But of course, it's the president, and the speech could end up going any which way. We'll see if we get a deal, some kind of a deal with Iran, and if the president speaks specifically on Iran. But one thing about Las Vegas, I remember I was at the rally a few years ago where the president unveiled this proposal for no tax on tips. It's something that he talks about a lot. Of course, he talks about his tax policies, and I expect to hear more from him touting no tax on tips. But this swing out in the West is partly on fundraising and also on shoring up support with voters, with Republicans, people who are feeling a lot of economic anxiety at the moment, really feeling the ripple effects from the war, high gas prices, high grocery prices. So this trip is also focused, of course, on the critical November midterm elections and trying to really boost support ahead of those.
A gallon of gas in the state of Nevada is $4.80, Kate. In California, where the president was last evening and waking up this morning, $5.63 a gallon. We know California is an outlier. The national average, though, is still over $4. Will the president speak to this side of affordability? I know he doesn't like that word, but while he's talking about no tax on tips, gas prices are essentially making that irrelevant because we're putting all of the proceeds in the gas tank.
Absolutely. It's definitely something that is harder and harder for the president and the White House to ignore. The president, when he talks about affordability, he talks about it as a sort of made up thing that the Democrats are focused on in their messaging, while also trying to, we've reported many times over the last several months that the White House is very eager to really shift the focus and focus on affordability. They want to shift the focus away from the war in Iran and try to really hammer home messages on the economy, on trying to make people's lives more affordable and trying to bring prices down and bring inflation down. So we don't have a readout of his speech yet, but there are, of course, the contours of the speech that we can imagine just heading into the November midterm elections and the kind of points, we know the kind of points that the White House hopes the president focuses on. We will see whether the president really focuses on that very disciplined economic message out there.
Indeed, we will. All right, Kate Sullivan reporting live from the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you so much. Of course, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, something else we could hear from the president about this evening is the results from the primary in Michigan, the Democratic senatorial primary specifically, which was a very tight race between Abdul Al-Sayed and Congresswoman Haley Stevens. In the end, it wasn't necessarily expected to be, and yet it wasn't formally called by most outlets until this morning. As of last night, they were still waiting, and this was their messaging.
We knew that this was going to be a close race, and that's exactly what we've got. A close race.
To all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate.
President Donald Trump calling Abdul Al-Sayed, whose voice you just heard last, the victor in this, a communist loser who hates Jews and Israel, said, as usual, polls were way off on this one. She, referring to Haley Stevens, who he called a socialist in this post, was not expected to do nearly as well as she did. Now the Democrats' crazy policies will only get worse. So joining us now with more reaction to this is Laura Brown, political scientist and also author of the forthcoming book, Jefferson's Landmark Deal, The Politics of the Louisiana Purchase. Laura, welcome back to Balance of Power. We should point out that Haley Stevens is not a socialist and Abdul Al-Sayed is not a communist, though he is notably further left than Stevens was, and he's now going to be the general election candidate. How steep is his uphill climb if he wants to beat Mike Rogers?
Well, I think there's an over
emphasis on sort of the difference between these candidates and what the fall campaign is going to shape up to be about. Because at the end of the day, what we have is a president with historically poor approval ratings, and there is a high disapproval level in Michigan. And so it's going to be a race really between the Democratic senatorial candidate and the Republican senatorial candidate. It is not necessarily going to be a discussion about the finite policy differences within or among Democrats. And let me just say, sort of at the outset, we are in a completely normal cycle. When parties lose a presidency, they spend the next midterm cycle essentially having factional disputes and contests where their different ideological wings are looking to gain prominence. And what you'll see is that this debate over which direction the Democratic Party goes in won't be settled until they choose a presidential nominee in 2028.
Well, so who's leading in that internal contest? Lara Brown, we see William Lawrence last evening, founder of the Sunrise Movement, defeating two moderate candidates. This is still in Michigan. This is the 7th district to compete with Congressman Tom Barrett in the general election. Then again, we saw Representative Wesley Bell beat Cori Bush again. Is there actually a narrative here, or is this something that the media is trying to connect the dots on?
I actually don't think there is a narrative. I think what we are going to see is a lot of candidates appealing to local concerns. And the one major concern out there is the economy, and people are feeling the pinch of higher gas prices. They are displeased with the inflation rate. You also have the issue of the war. And certainly for those in Michigan, tariffs on Canada have been a blow to their economy. So there are a lot of reasons to reject essentially the president's party and his candidates. You also have a gubernatorial candidate in Jocelyn Benson, who won a very large, Democratic primary race. And she is going to be sort of campaigning statewide at the same time that El Sayed is. And I think what you'll see is how much they are able to galvanize the Michigan Democratic Party and those independents displeased with the Trump administration to push them over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so when we consider then where those independents are going to go, Lara, I wonder how you view the available share of votes. This is a conversation we were having in 2024 as well. How is it shaping up in 2026 as we consider the ultimate balance of congressional power?
Well, I think what we have to do is look back at an analog. 2006 looks a lot like what we are seeing. A historically unpopular president, an unpopular war, issues of personal scandals, and also public corruption. All of those things are kind of combining to have the Democrats with a solid, north of 6 percentage point advantage on the generic ballot, and a very large disapproval rating of the president, which puts him on the ballot even though he is not.
I'd like to ask you about something that's taking place here in Washington among members already elected. We heard from Chuck Edwards in the middle of the night. Lara, it was about 3:30 in the morning, the Republican from North Carolina announcing he's dropping his re-election bid following a House Ethics Committee report that recommended he be censured. There's still a huge question over Max Miller, and I'm wondering your thoughts on this, because the congressman is pointing to Speaker Johnson and the president, saying nobody's asked me to bow out over what are very serious domestic abuse allegations. We know that the speaker has a very thin margin to protect, but I'm wondering your thoughts on how this might resolve. Does Max Miller need to step down on his own or be forced out?
So, having written both a dissertation on congressional scandals and published subsequently on sex scandals, I can tell you that really what is happening and what has always happened is that partisans rally around their tainted member. And it's very rare that they push them out. And the only time that they really do is when they think that that reputational taint will in fact sort of infect the rest of the party brand. So the real question is, how high a profile do these allegations against Max Miller continue to become, and whether or not Johnson feels that it is now important for him to distance his conference from this representative. We saw this obviously with the Democrats, with issues that they had. So it is a question of how bad does it look, not necessarily how bad are the allegations.
It's also striking to consider that it's not just about his House seat or the House.
Yes.
There's also a gubernatorial race and a Senate race in Ohio in which Republicans may be concerned about the blowback as well.
Yeah, this is quite a story.
That's right.
Lara
And
Brown,
just
it's great
going
to have
back
you
to 2006.
Yeah,
if you
30
look
seconds,
at-
Lara.
Sure. If you look at 2006, we saw both Tom DeLay and Bob Ney run for their primaries, win their primaries, and then resign before the general elections because both had corruption issues with then lobbyist Jack Abramoff.
Tom DeLay reference. We're hitting it all today. Lara Brown, thank you so much. It's great to see you. Political scientist. The book again, Jefferson's Landmark Deal. This is Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Look for Balance of Power and listen anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation. Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein, and each week on my show, I have one thoughtful conversation that brings the world into sharper focus.
I always trust in the president. He's playing three-dimensional chess.
Every time you say something tough to Mark Zuckerberg, he looks like you killed him. I just never want to talk about Vladimir Putin again.
Every week, one conversation that helps you make sense of the moment. The Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Stacey Vanek Smith here from Everybody's Business. This week on the podcast, we talk tariffs.
So we've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in tariffs so far, and it's on things that don't grow in the U.S. So initially, tariffs we were paying on cinnamon and black peppercorns, both of which don't grow in the U.S. Since then, there's been about 471, I believe, carve-outs of the tariff, which just shows you this is kind of a shoddy framework.
Okay. Listen to Everybody's Business from Bloomberg Business Week, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure stays in control across New England today. It's partly to mostly sunny. Some high clouds drifting through the area, 85 to 90. Clear to partly cloudy tonight, 70. More sun tomorrow. Late in the day, there could be a shower or thunderstorm inland. It'll be 85 to 90. Clearing tomorrow night, 70 to 75. Sunny, hot, humid Friday. Chance of a storm, 90 to 95. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is Christina Raffini. Join us on Bloomberg this weekend. Watch and listen to our new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Little change on the S&P 500 index, higher by just about 1 point. If we close higher for both the Dow and the S&P, that will be a new record. The Dow, by the way, up 432 points right now, up another 0.8%, building on yesterday's surge. S&P, little changed on the day, but higher. NASDAQ trading down 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 index down 0.3%. The SOX, which is the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, it is down by 0.5%. Advanced Micro Devices after earnings weighing on the index down 6.2%. 2-year at 4.19% with a 10-year currently yielding 4.61% and the 30-year 5.16%. Gold is surging 3.9%. Spot gold now at $42.37 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude $74.53 a barrel. WTI down 1.6%. Barrel of Brent $78.80 down 0.7%. This is Traders Digest, the latest headlines out of the Middle East. Eli Lilly has boosted its 2026 sales guidance after its weight loss drugs performed far better than expected in the second quarter. Lilly shares, they're gaining now by 3.7%. Yesterday, we heard from both Merck and Pfizer. Both companies higher again today. Merck up 0.5%, Pfizer up by 0.1%. SpaceX, after earnings, now down by 10.6%. Recapping, S&P just turning negative. Little change, down 2 points, down under 0.1%. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us on Bloomberg TV and radio for this Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. It's also the day after edition of Tuesday's primaries. And in Michigan specifically, where so many people were focused for a directional cue as to where the Democratic Party is going in this midterm cycle and beyond, it's unclear whether they got a clear narrative in the outcome of the Michigan senatorial primary. Because yes, Abdul Al-Sayed, who, of course, is the more progressive candidate who was in the race, did best. The Congresswoman Haley Stevens, seen as more of a moderate. But it was tight. We're talking about a 1% difference as the votes were all counted. Al-Sayed, of course, being more progressive, being described by President Trump today as a communist, which he is not. But he did run on a very consistent message. If you're not like us here on Balance of Power, having to listen to all the politics podcasts and having to watch all the advertisements, he basically said three things over and over and over again. Money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. And he actually joined this program last year. It was May 2025, in which he talked about that notion of getting money out of politics and getting corporate contributions out of politics specifically. Listen.
The big difference with me is just that I don't take corporate contributions for a reason, because I think that Donald Trump is actually just the symptom of a far bigger disease. And that disease is the politics that have been dominated by corporate interests and frankly, the interests of billionaires. And I think that has led us to a system where the economy doesn't work for working people, where we can't guarantee people health care, where our air, water, and soil get corrupted by the interests of a few very, very large corporations. I think we can do better.
Indeed, more than $50 million was spent on behalf of Haley Stevens in this campaign. AIPAC put up a lot of that money, as did the establishment Democratic Party here in Washington. We assembled our political panel to do some forensic investigating on how this all happened and why it was so close. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick is a partner at Stone Court Capital and our Republican strategist. And Jeannie, I'll start with you here. Your thoughts on this? If you read the tip sheets this morning, you can find a couple saying this was a huge night for progressives in the state of Michigan and around the country. Others said it was a terrible night because he only won by 1 point. How should we be looking at this?
Yeah, and I think a lot of that had to do with expectations, and I say this with a lot of love to all my friends who are pollsters. I'm a pollster myself, but the polls, by and large, were way, way off. I mean, showing huge double-digit leads for El-Sayed. And of course, it was nothing like that. And we didn't even know till this morning who had been named the winner. So, I think a lot of that had to do with expectations, because if we take a step back, and last year when he was on Balance of Power and he was talking, I think none of us would have said that he would have had a chance to become the nominee of the Democratic Party in Michigan, given how progressive he has been described and how progressive he describes himself. So this is a big win for progressives. And of course, it wasn't just El-Sayed. You had other wins for progressives in Michigan as well. So all in all, a big night for progressives. But of course, that said, he's got a ton of work to do starting this morning if he is going to beat Mike Rogers. And that is going to be an uphill battle in a state as moderate and purple and swingy as Michigan.
Well, if there is a lot of work to do, Rick, one would think that means there's a lot of money to be spent. But have we learned a bit of a lesson here around the efficacy of money? As Joe mentioned, the money was on the side of Haley Stevens here, and she did not come out victorious.
Yeah, Haley Stevens and company spent, 10 times more than El-Sayed even raised. So it was a real referendum on the fact that money doesn't buy votes. But that being said, it was a lot closer, as Jeannie said. We both predicted yesterday that you can't watch Michigan polling because it's notoriously bad. Well, we were proven right, and feel good about that. But look, I mean, this is a migration of the Democratic Party, just like there's a migration to the right on the Republican Party. I mean, it's undeniable. There's a movement to the left, and the Republicans are moving toward the right. That's why we have this thing called MAGA. And so this is just a natural occurrence, and we're going to see it play out in other states. But at the end of the day, the question is, can El-Sayed win a statewide race? And when you look at the number of things that are happening on the ground in these elections, and there were a bunch yesterday on referendums that show large blue participation in the elections, and that should send shockwaves up Republicans right now, because when you've got races like in Texas where Trump won by 14% and it's a dead heat in the Senate, you better start sweating bullets.
Wow. Well, I'd offer what happened in Missouri last evening as well, Jeannie. This was a rematch between Representative Wesley Bell and Cori Bush, who was coming back in an attempt to return to Congress. AIPAC put $2 million into Bell's reelection campaign, and Wesley Bell won again. Is the national trend to go left or to simply be more involved?
I think we're seeing it depends on the district. It depends on the state. And of course, I just want to underscore candidates matter an awful lot. Yeah. And so you're absolutely right. Bell nominated again by his party to hold his seat if he can. On the Michigan side, you see somebody like El-Sayed versus a candidate in Haley Stevens, who for all her gifts was unable to translate her establishment support and her money into a win there. And I think this is the challenge that Republicans face, in addition to the historical wave that we will likely see that's turning blue, and to the enthusiasm Rick was talking about on the Democratic side. It's also the issue of Rogers himself as a candidate. We heard today El-Sayed say, come on, let's have 5 debates. I'm asking, I want an answer today. As far as I know, Rogers hasn't answered. He's talking about Rogers living in Florida. Rogers had a really strange interview with Semaphore the other day when, after repeated questions about national issues, he kept deferring and saying, oh, no, I don't want to talk about that. This is a local race. Well, he's not running for mayor. He's running for senator. And this is a guy with foreign policy chops. And is he going to hug Donald Trump or move away from him? He was bested by Kash Patel to be FBI director for Donald Trump this time around. Hard to run away from that. So all of these things make it really difficult for Rogers in a time when we're seeing this blue wave. But of course, they're going to try to paint al-Sayed as this communist, socialist, very left-wing figure. And based on what I heard today when he came out, he's going to push back hard on those suggestions and try to get Democrats who he lost to Stevens on board with him. So it's going to be quite a race. But I don't think we're seeing one direction or another for Democrats. It depends on the state and the district and where voters find themselves.
Well, understanding that this may be a state-by-state case as we look toward November, Rick, when we consider the path, the narrow one that Democrats have to try to get the Senate majority, is there any realistic path that does not include retaining a blue seat in Michigan? Do you see a world in which they could maybe lose Michigan but would pick up the other 5 necessary to flip the chamber?
I think it's very hard. I think they've got to retain that seat. I think that you could make some kind of an academic argument based on the cycle, based on the energy, things like that, that they could pick up for. But finding that 5th seat, if they had to, would be incredibly difficult. And I would say the one thing I would disagree with Jeannie a little bit on, and I'm giving the Democrats more credit than they probably deserve, is I think this is a national thing. I don't think this is state by state. I think what you see happening in Michigan, same thing is happening in places like Missouri and Kansas and Texas and Ohio and places like that, where Democrats are totally overperforming Harris on the ballot, and Republicans are well underperforming Trump from the 2024 ballot. And that is an elixir for a national movement. And if this gets caught up in that, then anything goes. But I think the Democrats have to look at this Michigan seat and say, we have to go all in on al-Sayed. We have to make sure he wins. We have a vulnerable Republican who lost by 2% in a good year for Republicans. Now it's a bad year for Republicans. We ought to be able to beat the guy. So we'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if al-Sayed cooperates with that and moves to the center a little bit.
Well, if we pull out the lens here a bit, Democrats are feeling pretty good about things, it seems, Jeannie. As I look at the latest from the DCCC, this is, of course, the campaign committee that gets Democrats elected to the House. 90 days out from the midterms, it says, DTRIP announces latest expansion of the House battlefield for the cycle. They've added 12 more names to make a total of 58 as Democrats go on offense. I've got to be honest, though, some of these names you wouldn't expect to see on a list like this, Jeannie. Lauren Boebert, Victoria Sparks, okay. But French Hill, the chairman of House Financial Services from Arkansas, Mike Flood of Nebraska, Nick LaLota of New York, these are all flippable?
You know, I don't think all of them are, but I do think it is a sign that Democrats understand the environment they are in. And if it hadn't been for the mid-decade redistricting, if it's not for these threats from Donald Trump about muddying the waters with voters lists and other things, then they should have a huge pickup this year. Given the president's numbers on the economy alone, you know, you look back, a president who is at 38% overall, and approval on the economy, 32, 33, 34, depending on the polls. It's very hard for his party to do well. But given, as I mentioned, the way these districts look, it might be a little tougher than it has been in the past. But Joe, Rick Davis, and the DCCC feeling good about the Democrats. So I'm in a good mood.
Rick Davis, our Republican strategist, and Jeannie Shanzano, our Democratic analyst on today's political panel. Thank you both so much for joining us on Balance of Power. We'll turn back to geopolitics ahead as former Ambassador Barbara Leaf, our former Assistant Secretary of State, joins us next on Bloomberg.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
In Michigan, ABC News, I'm Michelle Franz, and ABC News predicts progressive candidate Abdul Al-Sayed will narrowly defeat moderate Representative Haley Stevens. Al-Sayed calling for all Democrats to unite.
Whatever differences that we might have had in the primary, they pale in comparison to what unifies us. A recognition that so long as we want to keep our democracy, that democracy better be working for people, and that all of us have to come together to make sure that we never let Mike Rogers see the inside of the U.S. Senate.
Al-Sayed expected to take on Rogers in November's general election. In Germany, U.S. officials have been told that authorities discovered a drone fitted with an explosive device and detonator were in fact found near Ukrainian Antonov cargo aircraft at Leipzig airport. German authorities classifying the incident as state security case and are not ruling out the possibility of sabotage. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran remain. President Trump insists a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could come as early as today. This is ABC News.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Alicia Levine of BNY Wealth.
We show our clients in various ways. Like if you try to time the market, you're likely to miss that massive rally like we had yesterday because you were so fearful of what was going on from June and July. The favorites were underperforming.
People have done studies.
Tech was over. I mean, essentially, if you go back 30 years and you miss the best month of the year,
but
you're underperformed by 500 basis points.
I'll go to Capital Group out in Los Angeles who've done great studies on this. You got to be in the market. We all know that. But you were weaned at Chicago, the land of fama and French, yes, where you have to play.
As my 3 male children would tell me, you miss all the shots you don't take. And I think there is, it's a disease of trying to time the market. I'll say this, people can be pretty good at selling more or less near local peaks, right? Like you can see deterioration, you can see it. Percent of S&P with advanced decline lines. Right. You can kind of see, you could be headed into a nice little sell-off or consolidation phase, whatever you want to call it. And then you never get back in. And that's the issue because the lows are ugly. You know, if you think about last Thursday, it just looked like the apocalypse. Actually, it turned out to be a clearing event. And, Citadel did great on that, but I'm sure a lot of people were selling right into it. And it's too emotional. It doesn't matter how many years you've been doing this, but people fall for it at the same time.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, they're both gaining right now. Stocks are wavering near records. Any advance today for both the Dow and the S&P will be a new high. We've got NASDAQ, the NASDAQ 100 index, and the Russell 2000 all trading lower. Right now, the S&P is up 6 points, has been fluctuating between gains and losses. 77.42 where we stand on the S&P, up under 0.1%. The Dow, though, up almost 500 points. That's on top of yesterday's surge. Right now, the Dow is up by 0.9%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, down now by 0.4%. AMD after earnings, it is down by 6.2%, weighing on the SOX. The 2-year yield currently 4.18%, the 10-year 4.61%, and the 30-year 5.16%. The VIX, by the way, Wall Street's so-called fear gauge, back below 60 right now. Spot gold trading higher by $172 the ounce to $42.50, up 4.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, $74.59 a barrel. Brent $78.83 barrel of Brent down 0.6%. This as Iran says it has reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed route for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. It's seen as a potential step toward a reopening of the critical waterway for energy supplies. Again, WTI crude $74.66 a barrel, down 1.5%. Earnings news. We heard from the Walt Disney Company this morning. Shares up today by 3.6%, profit beating Wall Street estimates. Paramount Skydance reported last night. Shares of Paramount Skydance, right now they are up by 4.6%. Paramount, of course, seeking to acquire rival entertainment giant Warner Brothers Discovery. WBD up by under 0.1%. Recapping. S&P pushing higher, trading at a record right now, up 4 points, up 0.1%. Joe and Kaylee, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Charlie Pellet will be back in about 20 minutes' time, top of the hour, 2 p.m. Eastern, as we dig into Bloomberg Business Week Daily with the latest on stocks. Nice to see things perking higher a little bit, and curious to see the reaction in the oil market with so much uncertainty over these deals that are purportedly on the way between Iran, Oman, and possibly the U.S. I'll remind everyone, though, Kaylee Lines, it was 1 week ago today that the Dow Industrial Average was down over 1,000 points right now. The 30-year bond was yielding 5.2%. Situational awareness was in the air, and we were supposed to be at the end of a bull market. How things have changed.
Yeah, of course, there was the pressure upward on rates because of the Fed and concern that they were going to let inflation get out of control, because Kevin Warsh, of course, didn't deliver the strongest of press conferences in the mind of the markets. But a lot of the concern around inflation is because of the fact that energy prices were once again ascendant because of escalation between the U.S. and Iran. We've seen energy prices moving down significantly if you take a look at crude oil, as there, at least for now, seems to be a pause as they do pursue this diplomatic effort. It's just unclear who's talking to whom and whether a deal that the U.S. is involved in really is in the offing.
Well, that's just it. I mean, we do this all day, every day, and following the headlines has become extremely difficult to understand where they're coming from and what is motivating them. We've got three parties here, the United States and Iran. We knew we're talking. Oman has now entered the picture and apparently will have either a separate deal with Iran or a three-way deal involving all three countries to control traffic in the Strait. The president, though, was speaking optimistically about a deal with Tehran as recently as last evening as he spoke with reporters on the tarmac out west. Listen.
A lot of progress has been made. And they called me and they said, please, let's talk. I think it'd be very smart to make a deal. They had a very good day. The negotiations were good. The stock market was up tremendously over the last 3-4 days. We're moving along very nicely. We'll find out. We'll know in 48 hours.
So I guess we'll see what we do know in 48 hours. What we know for the time being, at least from the Iranian side, is that they do think they have a deal. It's just with Oman over routes of shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So joining us now for more on this is Ambassador Barbara Leaf, the former ambassador to the UAE and former Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs during the Biden administration. She's now Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow at the Middle East Institute. Ambassador, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy, a voice that's often heard here on Bloomberg TV and radio, writes in a note, there's one big reason Hormuz almost certainly isn't going to reopen just because Iran and Oman make a deal. Iran and Oman aren't exclusively able to make any deal that sticks. Hormuz is international waters governed by a UN treaty that doesn't change because a couple of countries decide otherwise. Is he right?
Well, Kayleigh, that may be legally speaking true, but we're not really dealing with legalities at this point. We're dealing with hard power politics. And the fact is, the deal that the Omanis are closing in on with Iran is being conveyed. The details of those are being conveyed throughout the GCC to gain the collective support of those countries, as well as back to Washington. So I am hearing that indeed they are very close, that it will be a 60-day deal with one option for renewal, and that the terms of the deal are really to just arrive at more durable arrangements for the Strait of Hormuz. In other words, this is not about the nuclear deal or the nuclear program at all. No fees, but as you're seeing in the press, some division of responsibilities that are not entirely, shall we say, 50-50.
What about the Red Sea then? I'm getting confused. So we get 3 lanes of travel and some sort of toll booth eventually in the Strait of Hormuz. Houthis are still threatening shipping in the Red Sea, and we've seen it impact oil prices already. The group most recently, just in the last 24 hours, promising to escalate attacks on Saudi vessels in the northern Red Sea. Is this going to be a game of whack-a-mole, trying to keep waterways
Joe, you're
open?
right. You're right that there is an added volatility to the larger situation for the world economy, where the Red Sea and the Houthi in particular are concerned. So there has been no deal struck, or to my knowledge, even being really dealt with at this point. There's a lot of threat making on the part of the Houthi, and they do, of course, have some capabilities that are extraordinary to disrupt not just maritime traffic, but indeed to target Saudi energy infrastructure.
Well, and of course, it is concern over the idea that infrastructure could be targeted in retaliation for U.S. escalation against Iran, that we understand is what the Gulf allies expressed to President Trump and got him to pull back and give Iran this one last chance, as he described it. Ambassador, do you believe, A, that this really is the last chance, that Iran believes that, or do you believe ultimately that there will have to be further escalation if this is ultimately to resolve at any point?
No, I never believe that, the verbiage of one last chance or one last round of diplomacy or one last round of military operations. There's no deal until there is a deal. And this emerging deal on the Strait of Hormuz will simply reset the table for a more detailed set of discussions and arrangements. And I would hope to see at that point that American negotiators would actually be at that table. But no, there's no last and final.
One of the scarier headlines that we talked about yesterday came from Reuters. The U.S. Army has used up virtually all of its long-range missiles. We're out of ATACMS. If I know that, certainly Iran knows that. Does this goad the regime to try to wait us out even longer?
So, Joe, I think there's so many factors that weigh or that come into play on the regime's high levels of confidence, probably overconfidence, but still they assess the president's impatience, they assess the president's threat making being pretty hollow at this point. Yes, they do read, of course, all of the open information about the straitened circumstances of our missile defense arsenal, our munitions of various type, high-end munitions, and they certainly look at the president's political clock, which is to say the onrushing elections in November.
And the president consistently maintains that he doesn't care about that clock. He doesn't care about the midterms, as he said, perhaps now famously, Ambassador. But as we consider the looming midterms in November, and what you just said is there is no real last chance or last escalation, that nothing is final until there is a final deal. Do you expect we could be at that point by November?
I think it's going to be exceptionally difficult, but possible to arrive at some more durable arrangements for the strait that won't be entirely to our liking by any means. That will be a stepping stone to a more durable negotiated end to the war itself. But I don't think that will be complete, because assuming that the president still wants a negotiated set of terms on the nuclear program, that will certainly not be done by November. And I'd be surprised, frankly, if that discussion is even begun.
Well, there's a lot to be said there. And when you sort of look at this since it began, we're walking up, I guess, on 6 months at this point, which is pretty remarkable to think. And you sort of stretch this out into a series of events. How would you describe the inflection points? We've had a series of on-again, off-again bouts of fighting, on-again, off-again negotiations. But frankly, nothing has really changed since this began, other than destroying some of, if not most of, Iran's military assets and creating a new leverage point for Tehran. Am I missing anything here?
Well, Joe, I think the way I look at it is there were some really key inflection points in the first several weeks of the war, indeed in the first week. And every passing week, and certainly every passing month, has gotten worse in terms of U.S. deterrence, credibility, and the power and punch of the president's own language. So there's no time like the present to get on with the negotiations and do at the table what the administration has avoided doing to date, which is recognize that there are limits to what the military tools can bring you, and at a certain point you have to get to the negotiating table and really do some hard driving. And it's not as if we don't have leverage, carrots and sticks, but we've been far too stick-minded rather than thinking about the inducements for a better set of terms with the Iranians, notwithstanding the fact that you've got a much more radicalized regime. And that, again, was an inflection point from the first week of the war.
Well, as we consider diplomacy then here, Ambassador, how materially different would the negotiations potentially be if it were a different set of negotiators at the table on behalf of the United States? Is Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner still the best team for this job, as they kind of were negotiating from the onset, or would a switch up potentially benefit the situation?
So I'm a firm believer that you can put a variety of different principles at the table, but they must be backed by a cohort of real deep expertise, legal, technical, in terms of both maritime security, the regional dimension, and so forth. I think the team has struggled with a set of misconceptions about the difference between doing real estate deals, no matter how complex, how torturous, difference between that kind of deal and a negotiation to arrive at a political set of arrangements. It's apples and oranges, or as the Brits would say, chalk and cheese. They are so fundamentally different. And I don't think they have appreciated that all the way up until now.
Is Iran waiting for the next administration?
No, the Iranians aren't waiting for 2+ years, but they do believe that they've got a better situation sitting where they are and waiting out certainly until November. They don't have an indefinite amount of string to play out here in terms of their own economic problems at home, but they definitely feel that the pressure is rising on the U.S. side faster than it is on their side of the table. Since they don't have to stand for elections, they don't really have to countenance what the public wants. They have massive tools of repression to use against the public.
It's great to have you back with us, former Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs in the Biden administration, now with the Middle East Institute. Barbara Leaf, great to have you with us, as always. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. As we round out the early edition of Balance of Power here, we'll meet you back at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll check how the markets wrap things up, and after the bell earnings. It's been a little uneven so far today, Kaylee. We came out of the box pretty strong this morning. People feeling pretty good about incredibly powerful earnings and an all-time high for the S&P S&P. We're still in record high territory, but the S&P only up 3 points in the middle of the session here.
Yeah, with a little bit of underperformance for tech stocks, as the NASDAQ 100 is actually down by a little bit. So we'll get into how things shook out at the close in our late edition. And also recap, or potentially still be in, the remarks of President Trump as he's set to speak in Las Vegas, Nevada. So we'll see you then at 5 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is just ahead right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Get to Spotify or Apple, wherever you do your podcast, to find us. We'll be there. Listen anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Warm and humid conditions will be pushing back into New England as high pressure moves offshore over the next day or so. Partly to mostly sunny, 85 to 90 this afternoon. Clear to partly cloudy, 70 tonight. More sun tomorrow. Away from the coast, we could have an afternoon storm. Highs tomorrow, 85 to 90. Sunshine Friday, 90 to 95 with the chance of a late day storm. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Friday, July jobs are in focus.
Seems pretty darn good. If you want a job, you got a job.
The unemployment rate, 4.2%.
Will the low hire, low fire environment continue?
Job satisfaction reached a historic high.
This is blowing away estimates.
The July jobs report on Bloomberg Surveillance. Friday morning at 8:30.
Does this change Kevin Wersch's world?
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9. Context changes everything.
Are you a successful W-2 professional or a business owner earning more than $2 million a year and totally frustrated by the amount of taxes you pay every year? Have you been wondering why your CPA only provides tax preparation services and no real tax savings advice? Then visit NeilJasani.com. That is NeilJasani.com. We are a national tax accounting firm serving only ultra-high income households and mid-sized businesses. Don't pay what you don't owe. Visit NeilJasani.com.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th. As global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power, you'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Want to understand what's really driving Australia's economy?
The RBA are still alert to inflation risk.
China-Australia relations have been deteriorating.
The ongoing discussion over the rising cost of everything.
Listen to the Bloomberg Australia podcast, winner of the 2026 Australian Audio Award for Best Money and Business Podcast. Each week, we bring you smart conversations with leaders in business and our journalists here and around the globe. Subscribe to the Bloomberg Australia podcast wherever you listen.
Hi, I'm David Gura, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business.
All right.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, across Bloomberg platforms. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic. We've got a lot going on this Wednesday, August 5th, to say the least. Got to say, in terms of the S&P 500, we came out of the gate a little bit stronger, hitting a record. We're still going to be, it looks like, maybe at a record here. But we did run out of some steam. We're definitely off our highs of the session. Little changed overall when it comes to the major averages. Slightly higher, call it unchanged on the S&P 500, slightly lower, down about 1/3% on the NASDAQ 100.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even if we're in the green, just 1 point higher on the S&P 500, then we have a new record because of what happened yesterday. I mean, so far this month, Carol, and it is the beginning of the month, the S&P 500 is up 3.4%. The NASDAQ Composite's up 4.3%.
I just got to say, we have a lot going on this August 5th. And it does feel like it's a must-see lineup. And it does feel in an odd way that all of it is kind of connected, if you will. And so what do we have coming up? The day after those SpaceX earnings. We were obsessed with it yesterday. We're still following through today. We do see the share price down following the company's splurge on AI efforts. Next up, we've got to talk about the $101 billion unlock, that is, when it comes to shares, more shares, a lot of shares coming on the market. That happens tomorrow. But also on AI, Tim, we've got G Squared's latest fundraise that's already investing in names like Anthropic.
Yeah, we've also an investor in Polymarket and more. We're going to be joined by G Squared's Larry Ashbrook, along with Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz in just a few minutes.
And something you are bringing to the table on this Wednesday. I keep thinking it's Thursday. It isn't, though.
Yeah, Robert Denault is going to be joining us. Speaking of prediction markets, he's head of enforcement and legal counsel over at Kalshi on the ongoing legal cases that just continue to pile up.
Yep. And then on our core, we've got to get to it, guys. The massive bond market. We did have the Fed meeting last week. We're going to get into what's next for U.S. rates with Katie Kaminsky at Alpha Simplex. I did a deep dive, a story a few years ago that she did. She said something about where the 10-year might be headed. We were like, what? But, here we are, and we continue to talk about rates going
Didn't
high.
quite get there.
No.
But it got close.
But, yeah, exactly. So
All right,
I'm curious.
We'll see where she is in this cycle.
Yeah, speaking of prediction markets, I'm curious what she's predicting about where rates go next. We got it all tied together. We want to get going, though. Let's kick things off with a check on the trade. Here is Charlie Pell.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We got the Dow pushing higher, as you both pointed out. Any advance today going to be a record on the Dow, up 465 right now. That is a gain of 0.9%. S&P meandering, fluctuating. Take your pick. Right now higher by 2. Little change there, up under 0.1%. But NASDAQ selling off, as is the NASDAQ 100 index, as is the SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Index, down now by 0.3%. AMD after earnings weighing on that index, down 6.1%. Bottom line, NASDAQ down 125, now down 0.5%. NASDAQ 100 down 0.3. All of this with the VIX below 16, Wall Street's so-called fear gauge. The 2-year currently yielding 4.18%, the 10-year 4.61%. Spot gold is up $175 the ounce, surging now by 4.3%, $42.53 the ounce on spot gold, while West Texas Intermediate crude keeping an eye on developments out of the Strait of Hormuz. WTI $74.91 a barrel. Right now, crude WTI down 1.1%. Barrel of Brent holding below 80, $79.15. Brent crude down by 0.3%. SpaceX after earnings, it is down now by 11.8%. Last night, the company disclosed higher than expected spending on its AI business. And of course, we've got that $101 billion unlock tomorrow. Let's see what happens when insiders start selling. SpaceX, again, bears repeating, down 11.8%. And again, after earnings, Advanced Micro Devices down by 6.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, Tim and Carol. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, we do want to get to, certainly safe to say, is the big earnings story of the week. Certainly today, SpaceX shares falling after the company disclosed higher than expected spending on its artificial intelligence business, really spotting an inaugural earnings release that broadly exceeded Wall Street estimates. But are investors perhaps not understanding the bigger story and the necessary spend? We want to get into it.
I bet Elon would say that.
I don't work for him. I'm just saying it's something to consider. All right, let's get to it. We should point out investors are bracing for the next potential hit. We're talking about $101 billion worth of stock becoming available for trading tomorrow. Back with us is Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research. He is Mandeep Singh. He joins us here in New York City. What?
I want to start with the lockup because that's coming tomorrow.
Go. Yeah.
With this type of thing, is it priced in? Like, we don't know what the behavior of these investors will be tomorrow, Mandeep, but is some sort of volatility already priced into the stock right now?
I mean, if nobody wants to buy the stock today and it's down 10%, when the float is doubled, you can expect more pressure on the stock. So it's really a question of how much stock is available.
But just because the lockup expires doesn't mean people will sell it, especially at this price, right?
Yeah, but at this price right now, nobody is buying it. And in fact, the stock is down 10%. So it's in anticipation of the fact that there will be twice the float available, next week. And so from that perspective, it makes sense that, market is anticipating that doubling of float. And given the fundamentals, people feel this is the fair price right now.
That doesn't seem good.
Depends on who you are.
With the company like SpaceX, I mean, what they outlined yesterday in terms of near-term goals and 2030 goals of $1 trillion in revenue, I mean, look, it sounds ambitious, and the reason why the market is not believing, Elon Musk right now with SpaceX forecast is because of what's happened with robotaxis and some of his other forecasts. I mean, clearly the timelines have been shifting, and even though he has done great things in the meantime, but when it comes to putting numbers and, kind of giving timelines, his track record isn't that great. And so from that perspective, everyone is seeing, okay, they're talking about 10 gigawatts in capacity by 2027, whereas currently they are at 1.4, targeting 2 gigawatts by year end. How do they get from 2 to 10? Like, none of the hyperscalers have been able to do that. To get to from 2 to 10, you need up to $400 billion in capex. That's not going to happen. Even $200 billion is ambitious for a company that doesn't even generate $3 billion in operating cash flow right now. So all these questions around funding, and look, this company is already $1.5 trillion in market cap. So, and they have $100 billion on their balance sheet. So it's not as if they're like a neo cloud that has to raise a lot of money. They already have money.
Yeah.
But the scale that he's talking about is just too big to believe. And I don't think they're going to get to 10 gigawatts. But even if they get to 6 gigawatt, they'll become the fourth largest cloud provider after Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. So that's huge. So you, as an investor, you really have to figure out what is realistic versus what is at the high end. And I think the realistic target is 6. I mean, they could do up to 6 gigawatts, and that would be huge in the context of cloud revenues.
Yeah. So that's what you think is realistic.
I think so.
And not so shabby.
I'm in between. So I feel like this is the part where everyone seems to be making money right now is in cloud hosting. The hyperscalers are making money, whether it's Microsoft, Google, or Amazon. They had great prints. Doing what? Selling compute on the cloud. That's what SpaceX is saying they want to do. And they have the balance sheet to do it, just not at the scale Elon talked about last night.
Yet.
So even though that right now the biggest business is Starlink, connectivity is the biggest segment, the thing that powers them to these audacious 2030 goals is becoming not necessarily a hyperscaler, but to selling the same type of compute that is available at Amazon, at Microsoft, maybe at Meta soon. I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll find out. And the neoclouds?
Neoclouds, CoreWeave, Nebius.
So that's SpaceX's value proposition right now, according to Elon.
Yes, and in fact, you don't even have to go to 2030. He said by the end of this year, they will hit $100 billion in ARR. And based on our numbers, 70% of that will come from that AI piece, and almost 50 to 60% will be cloud hosting.
Okay, so I'm glad you are bringing this up. We have a redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal that fits right in this. Microsoft's AI sales, this just crossing, mostly come from OpenAI, this according to disclosures. Microsoft disclosures suggest OpenAI is about 70% of AI sales. We see Microsoft extending a drop to a session low earlier of about 1.5%. It's bounced up a little since then.
Yeah, it's bounced off that low.
Yeah, it's at down 0.8% right now. What does this tell you?
That there is incredible concentration. So when Elon says they will get to $100 billion in ARR and 70% of that is AI, the cloud compute consumption will still be Anthropic, or I don't think it's going to be OpenAI in the case of SpaceX, so that's not happening. Yeah. It'll be either Anthropic or Google. And those are the two companies that they've already partnered with. So they talked about $47.5 billion in backlog. Mm-hmm. Bulk of it comes from Anthropic and Google. And they are looking to add more customers, but there is incredible concentration in this cloud consumption of compute. And that's what you see with Microsoft.
We've got to wrap up. I know we could go on. Concentration, though, on its own is not necessarily a bad thing, is it?
Yeah, and look, another aspect of this is for them to get to $100 billion in ARR, and they said they are committing to NVIDIA chips, so no other chips. Right. I believe NVIDIA will backstop a lot of this SpaceX build out. They need the money. SpaceX is the one who is buying chips from NVIDIA, but NVIDIA will be the one who will be supporting SpaceX in terms of raising that capital, similar to what NVIDIA has done with other neoclouds like CoreWeave and others.
All right, 30 seconds. Is that a problem, though, of these backstopping agreements?
Well, not as long as they can generate revenue. So if xAI can generate revenue, then that can generate the next tranche of what they would want to buy from NVIDIA.
One story leads to another. Welcome to the world of AI. And Mandeep, you always walk in at the right time. Always. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research. All right, big tech earnings, AI trade, yes, always on our mind. But so too are, and we share this with our viewers who ask us, cover the bond market. We do cover the bond market. We love it. Fed policy, what comes next? Let's get to it. So great to have back with us. I keep asking Talia, where's Katie? Where's Katie Kaminsky? She is here with us.
There she is.
Chief Research Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Alpha Simplex. She joins us from Boston. It is so great to have you back with us. We really do bring your name up so much. We love talking to you. I want to take you back to August of, I think it was 2023. You came on with us. And when we asked you how high 10-year Treasury yields could go, you said 6%. Why not? It's a level last seen in 2000. We know that. And the driver is the need to build more risk premium into long-term debt. We were a bit shocked. We were like, really? You say, what now? Because it does feel like higher rates continue to be part of our narrative, and that's because inflation is still a little bit sticky here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good question because actually the bond market has been really difficult to trade from a trend following perspective, which is what we do. And I think the challenge with bonds has been that, you've been through this back and forth regarding inflation uncertainty, particularly linked to geopolitical risk. But what's been interesting is over the recent period, despite the fact that, trend signals are pointing to higher yields, you're actually seeing some of that abating recently, and you've seen sort of a little bit of respite and sort of a view that growth is actually pretty solid, a little bit of a Goldilocks scenario that seems to be kind of playing out more recently in the markets. So I'd say for us, fixed income remains still very tricky, especially when you start thinking about longer horizons as opposed to shorter horizons, as you have to see how geopolitical risk really, really evolves in the next few months.
Did it become less tricky or more tricky after we heard from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh last Wednesday?
I mean, that's a good question. I think, really you have seen yields have come down. So there seems to be some sense that, even though inflation has been the key focus of the Fed, that sort of there seems to be a little bit of room for maybe we might start to think about cuts at some point a few months from now. And I think the market is trying to feel that out. You have seen that bond shorts, for example, have been a little challenging. And that's something that I think we have been noticing more recently. That was not the case earlier in the summer when you started to see geopolitical risk resurge. So for me, it's still really a back and forth between policy and reaction to geopolitical risk. That's key for bonds.
Yeah, I'm glad you went there because we had a story also yesterday that bond traders have been spending millions of dollars to guard against sharp declines in long-dated treasuries that risk igniting a bigger bout of volatility in the $31 trillion market. So bottom line, the cost of hedging against a rise in treasury yields has surged since last week as traders piled on treasury put options on both U.S. 10 and 30-year bond futures. Katie, I can't make sense of this economy. I mean, we have days where equities and bonds both go up. Torsten Slack of Apollo was on with us saying the 60-40 portfolio is broken because equity returns are driven by AI concentration rather than the business cycle, while bond returns are now driven by fiscal constraints rather than the cycle dynamics. How do you see it? Is it, like you said, it's difficult now?
So I think I like to look at correlations between stocks and bonds as a measure of what is really driving bond valuation. And honestly, since March, we've seen a very strong positive correlation between stocks and bonds. And as you saw some of that geopolitical risk abate, you saw bonds also coming back and sort of repricing some of the concerns. So I think for me, inflation, geopolitical risk has been a key driver for bonds. And when you think about that, it does reduce some of the diversification of bonds for investors. If we could see a nice resolution in some of the geopolitical risk and we could see sort of a normal Fed actually sort of driving interest rate policy and that negative correlation, then that 60-40 could be back to normal behavior. But as long as inflation matters, correlations tell us that we have to be cautious.
Wait, which one of those is a bigger if? In your words, a normal Fed or a resolution to geopolitical conflicts? Which one is more likely to happen?
Oh, that's a tough one because I'd say, the Fed is in a position right now where they have room to wait and see in terms of policy. And I think if we do see policy consistent with what people would expect, that I think the Fed policy will have a bigger impact on bond movements. But right now, if you can imagine from the Fed's perspective, with oil price and geopolitical risk and inflation a little higher, they have room to kind of wait and figure out how that's going to proceed. So I think that's why it's been hard to trade bonds, because there's not sort of a really clear trend in one direction.
No, it's a really good point. All right, so 10-year, 461. By the end of the year, next year, what are you thinking? What's your forecast?
Right now, I'd say that I'm pretty neutral. I think, before sometimes I've kind of been one that would forecast a much higher yield. I think right now, given where we are, I think all things are possible, but I think slightly lower 10-year yields could be possible later this year, especially if we see some resolution. Maybe getting closer to 4 again some point would be a potential, as long as we see geopolitical risks continue to be less of an issue for bonds.
So 3 more meetings left by the Fed. That means what in terms of, I've just got about 20 seconds here.
I'd say not too much yet, but it could potentially towards the end of the year if we see continued sort of reduced inflation numbers and also strong growth, but maybe some need to support the labor market. That could cause a potential for cuts, which is what the market wants.
So interesting. Hey, great stuff. As always, Katie Kaminsky, she's Chief Research Strategist, Portfolio Manager over at Alpha Simplex. Coming up, we're talking with Larry Ashbrook of G Squared.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up at Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We're doing this because the questions are smart.
We'd love to hear from you.
Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to send questions to our hosts.
Thank you for sending in your questions.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done.
A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Mostly sunny through the rest of the day in the Boston area. Temperatures warm, 85 to 90. Tonight we're clear to partly cloudy. It starts to turn more humid overnight at 70. Sunshine tomorrow with the chance of a shower or thunderstorm late in the day away from the coast, 85 to 90. Friday, sunny, hot, humid with the chance of a late day storm, 90 to 95. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Why wait through boring and irrelevant topics on AM radio when you can listen to Bloomberg 92.9 FM for stories that matter? Breaking global news and the context you need. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P 500 index fluctuating, yes, higher right now, but after a 4-day gain, we have got stocks swinging between gains and losses. The Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. Any advance today will be another record. The NASDAQ Composite Index, the NASDAQ 100 Index, they are both in the red. Right now, we've got NASDAQ down 122 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a drop of 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 0.3. S&P right now up 6, up 0.1%. Again, the Dow surging 455 points. The Dow up another 0.8%. By the way, above 54,535 on the Dow. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, is lower by 0.3%. The VIX right now trading below 16, Wall Street's so-called fear gauge. 2-year 4.18% with the 10-year 4.61% and the 30-year 5.16%. Spot gold up 4.5%, surging $183 on the precious metal to $42.63, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, $75.37 a barrel. Brent has turned around in the past few minutes, a little change but higher by 0.1%. U.S. oil hovering near $75. Iran says it has agreed on a Hormuz shipping route with Oman. It is seen as a potential step toward a reopening of the critical waterway for energy supplies. Uber was out with earnings this morning. Uber shares down now by 6.6%. It did issue a bookings outlook that just met analyst estimates and said fierce competition in a key Brazil market weighed on trips volume. Rival Lyft will be reporting tomorrow. Lyft shares down now by 3%. So again, recapping the U.S. equity market, yes, at a record, but perhaps the key takeaway at this hour, little change for the S&P 500 index. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Carol and Tim, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. Hey, G Squared raised $2.3 billion for its seventh flagship fund. It is targeting investments in growth stage technology firms, as founder Larry Ashbrook predicts a coming reset in valuations, which is something we want to dig into.
Yeah, the firm has started building out the fund with stakes in companies that we talk about all the time. Anthropic, Polymarket, Nscale, and more.
Yeah, let's get to it. We welcome Larry Ashbrook. He's founder and managing partner of G Squared. He is out there in our Bloomberg News Chicago bureau. Welcome, welcome. Also, excuse me, with us is our Bloomberg News senior IPO reporter, Bailey Lipschultz. He's here in studio. Hey, Larry, we want to kick it off with you. First of all, welcome. So great to have you here on Bloomberg. Tell us about this fund, the companies you are targeting, the strategy, and I'm also curious, are there more new names to come, or do you just want to double down on some of the investments you've already made?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. On behalf of our 50 employees around the world, we're humbled that you included us today in your broadcast.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's exciting for us. It's exciting for us to be here. The fund, $2.3 billion. It's the latest of our flagship vehicles, really to do the same thing we've been doing for the past 15 years, which is support great companies in their growth stage, mostly through secondary transactions and saving some capital to help with primary in their growth phase, and really helping them manage their cap tables as they stay private longer. And we're excited about the companies we have in the portfolio and the opportunities set in front of us.
Yeah, Larry, just walk us through, if you can quickly, kind of the notion of this growth in the secondary market and what that actually means when G Squared can partner with a company like an Anthropic. And are you providing access to employees to see some liquidity, or is it early stage investors? Who's selling what you're buying?
Yeah, it's all the above, really, and that's changed over 15 years. Early days, it was heavy focused on employee shares. I think as the market has evolved and the secondaries have become a global asset class, with the company staying private longer, more and more of what we're doing is helping other managers and other GPs manage their liquidity by taking stakes in their portfolio companies to help them return capital to investors and help the company stay private longer. And so it's a combination of those things. It's everything from one-off individual secondaries when the companies have a need to change a life scenario to keep that employee engaged and involved so they don't leave to go to another business, all the way through broad employee tenders where you're making a bona fide offer at one time and a lot of capital up front, and the shares are bought in that way, all the way through to preferred managers buying the stakes that they invested early. And what we've seen as a trend since 2020 is actually about 70% of the deployment on the secondary market has been in preferred shares. So that's been a fundamental shift in the marketplace as companies stay private longer, and the stress on the GP-LP relationship is amplified with funds getting to late in life with little capital returned. Other managers need to return capital. So we've been there to support their portfolio companies and to support what they need to do as GPs. And we're lucky to be where we're at and excited about what's to come.
Well, before the deployment of money comes, the fundraising comes, and you just closed your seventh round, 2.3 or seventh fund rather, $2.3 billion in that fund, Larry. Compared to the other funds that you've raised, what was it like raising money in this environment? Was it easy? Was it hard? I know people say it's never easy to raise money, but there is a lot of money out there right now.
I think broadly in secondaries, the broader market has woken up a bit. It's now a bona fide asset class that's covered. Companies see the validity of it. Other managers, primary focused managers, see the validity of it. And LPs around the world have a desire to be involved in secondaries because it provides a bit of a margin of safety in growth investments by the way the capital is deployed. And this fundraise for us, anytime you set out to raise capital, it's hard. I like to tell our team all the time, raising money's hard, deploying it's easy, and selling it's hard. A year in, It's the quickest we've raised capital. Our target was just, for us in the scale and size of the concentrated portfolio, we need about $1 billion per fund plus our SMAs and co-investments to be meaningful to a certain set of companies, getting very large stakes. Here we were able to kind of get twice the size in half the time it took us in the prior vintages. And I think it's a lot of things, but mostly a testament to our portfolio management team that did a fantastic job coming out of the COVID environment we were in and the pullback. And when everybody was running out the front door, we were running in, so to speak, and deploying money at really, really great prices. And that those historical funds have done well, and raising capital at scale has gotten easier for us.
But Larry, walk us through how you're thinking about this current market. Already deploying in the seventh fund, you have Anthropic, Polymarket, and Scale, 3 companies that, when I talk to folks in the private ecosystem, are quite pricey, and there's a lot of competition for access to that. How are you thinking about it, whether or not this is a market that's maybe run too far too fast, and how you're thinking about deploying capital now and what that means through the end of this year and into next?
Yeah, I like to tell our LPs our job is to get involved in the stars of tomorrow today and do that before they're household names. And when they become household names, we know we've done our job right. And I think in those 3 examples, we took contrarian views, got involved early. They have grown to fantastic levels in valuation. I think the way we're thinking about the next chapter of deployment in our 7th fund is we expect some macro headwinds in the fall and into the winter months and maybe early spring, going through some midterm election cycles in the U.S. and some volatility. And we're watching the macro indicators very closely. And we think that there's a higher likelihood than not that we see some interest rate hikes, which on the secondary market, the fundamental drivers are the 10-year yield and the federal funds rate, along with the equity risk premiums in the public market. So as you have an elevated interest rate environment and a low equity risk premium, secondaries tend to do well. And we think we're going to enter a market that's more similar to the 2023 time period than what we've experienced in the past year or so. And we're going to be prepared to do the best work we can for our LPs.
You speak of stars, and I feel like with AI, there's lots of shiny new things out there, to say the least, Larry.
Yeah.
In the story that Bailey wrote, and I highly recommend everybody check it out on the Terminal, it's all about you guys. He quotes you, or he points out how you argue that the market has become overheated. His competitors are chasing every hot AI name, which has driven valuations to become expensive. Just really briefly, I mean, what kind of correction are you looking for, and what names do you think are going to be maybe taken down? Just quickly.
Yeah, well, I think the specific names of inflated valuations that we view internally, we'll leave out of it. What I would say broadly in the market is when everyone's hopping on, it tends to not end well. And there was a period of time where it was very difficult for AI companies to raise money. We were a large investor, and if you look at the cybersecurity AI business, Wiz, it raised capital at a point in time post-COVID. It was very difficult to put together money at a $10 billion valuation. It goes on to sell to Google a couple years later at $32 billion. The time to make the 2, 3, 4, 5 X's in these businesses, in our opinion, for the most part of the names that you're all reporting on, have kind of were there, and we're looking for the next chapter and the next businesses for what we think will be coming over the next few years to get involved with today. And so I think it's natural, it's cyclical.
Yeah.
Valuations rise and fall, and deploying capital, you need to be very careful right now, just given the multiples that deals are getting done at and the FOMO picking up. Being in Chicago, we're able to be a little bit immune to that. I think that's one of the benefits.
There's a
of being
Midwestern
here.
sensibility. Yeah. We feel it. We
yeah,
feel
no,
it and
no
appreciate
New York,
it.
You don't even have a New York office. Come on.
Having said that,
yeah. I do wonder about SpaceX, because that was one of your investments. What is the status of that investment now? Do you still own SpaceX?
Yeah, we don't comment on our dispositions, but what I would say about SpaceX is first of all, betting against Elon is a good way to lose money, typically. And I think they'll go on to even greater things than today. I think fundamentally there's an issue with the IPO market that's being played out right now real time with how you see SpaceX trading. I think there needs to be some change on how and when options are allowed to come in. You have a massive business that's a fantastic business and shareholder creation event that's taken place, but you have a very small float, indices force buying, options coming online, you have a high push on the stock price on the upside, and then you have a massive amount of float coming to market. And so it's just a supply and demand situation where you're going to see these companies be stressed, even with positive results like you saw come out of the business today. So I think it takes some time to work that out. You need to get the float working properly globally in a massive business that raised a small amount of money compared to its private market cap. And I think SpaceX is an illustration of what's likely to come with many companies that will seek IPOs in the near term. We need to address the way that IPOs are done. It's going to continue to be an issue for the world's best, fastest growing, most dynamic, largest businesses.
Yeah. Larry, we have about 20 seconds here, 30 seconds here. Just walk us through how you're thinking, though, about deploying capital and how you're thinking about the exit environment. Are you looking for some of the bigger positions to go public later this year and into next? And would you try to sell before that IPO or immediately after?
Really quickly, if you could, please.
Yeah, really quickly. Look, we have a job to do for our LPs. We look at harvesting our positions as they meet our return profile, and we'll continue to do that work, which has allowed us to raise the capital in which we've been able to. I think that the next group of companies we work on are going to be from the same fundamental kind of thought process, which is we want to partner with businesses, help them manage their cap table, help them work through the difficult issues, and stay private as long as they'd like, so they don't have to live their day in 90-day increments.
Yeah.
And have you all talking about the pros and cons of their public report. So
listen. When we leave and a guest and we have a million more questions, means you got to come back. So please come back.
I would love to. Thanks for having me, and look forward to it.
All right, Larry, thank you so much. We're back in a moment, everybody.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is waiting for a full Senate vote on his nomination to become permanent AG, weighed in on the president's criticism over U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro after she dropped vandalism charges related to the torn reflecting pool liner at the Lincoln Memorial. Blanche did not address the specific case, but defended Pirro's jobs in the nation's capital.
Judge Pirro is doing a great job, and our city, Washington, D.C., is a lot safer in no small part to her effort and the prosecutor's efforts that she works with.
President Trump says a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is close, without offering details if the U.S. and Iran are holding talks. Iranian officials say they're in talks with Oman on a joint agreement on controlling ship traffic. Russia carried out missile and drone attacks in Ukraine's capital, killing at least 17 in Kyiv. Ukraine's President Zelensky now calling for allies to help against Russia's aggression. This is ABC News.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is Lisa Mateo. Join us on Bloomberg this weekend. Watch and listen to the new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Michael Halen, our senior restaurant and food service analyst on McDonald's earnings.
Yeah, so last year they did a good job of reestablishing themselves as the value leader. They were also lapping really weak comps due to E. coli. And so as a result, they had very strong results last year. We didn't think it was a great idea to just try to lap these really strong comps with just value, A. B, they pulled BOGOs, buy one, get one offers. They took away a lot of discounts on the app, which their lower income consumers use all the time. And they pushed a 10 items for $3 menu that kind of fell flat. All of those changes that happened actually created an increase of prices for their consumers. So, that paired with a tough year-over-year comparison showed up in their results.
The company is embarking on a multi-year plan to become more than just a fast, cheap meal, with the aim of being the first choice for family outings and other occasions. How are they going to do that?
Listen, we'll probably see more tie-ins. Last year was the Minecraft meal that was absolutely a monster for them globally, right? So they're going to have to use some more tie-ins. It's going to be tough. I think what we're seeing is McDonald's kind of taking some of these family occasions away from McDonald's this year. Burger King has remodeled their restaurants, improved the quality of the food, and really done a nice job of building back sales over the last few quarters. And I think McDonald's is feeling it.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Little change right now on the S&P 500 index. Higher, yes. Any advance today will be a record, not just for the S&P, but also for the Dow Industrials. Wall Street, though, churning as traders digest recent stock gains amid corporate earnings. Also, hopes for a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. So the S&P up 2 points now. Little change there. Dow Industrials up 403. That is a gain of 0.7%. Dow, by the way, at 54,488. That is a record. NASDAQ in the red, down 149. NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.6%. NASDAQ 100 Index down 0.4%. Advanced Micro Devices weighing on semiconductors after earnings. AMD down 6%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, down 0.5%. The VIX, Wall Street's fear gauge, holding below 16 with a 2-year that's currently yielding 4.18%, the 10-year 4.61%. Gold is up $181 the ounce. Spot gold surging now by 4.5%, $42.59 the ounce on gold. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, $75.33 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, still below 80, but at 79.61. Barrel of Brent up by 0.3%. New disclosures from Microsoft show it generates most of its AI revenue from OpenAI. Now, in a filing, the software giant said it recorded $24.1 billion in sales from the AI firm during the year ending in June. Microsoft shares right now trading lower, down 0.7%. Earnings news. We heard from the Walt Disney Company this morning. Disney up by 3.3%. Last night, Paramount Skydance reported shares of Paramount Skydance today. They're up 4.5%. Paramount, of course, seeking to acquire rival entertainment firm Warner Brothers Discovery. Warner Brothers Discovery shares, they're a little changed, down now by under 0.1%. After the bell, we'll hear from SanDisk. That stock down 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks, Charlie. Well, last week, New York State authorities sued the prediction markets company Kalshi for allegedly running an illegal, unlicensed gambling operation in the state, marking another legal hurdle for an industry that's won support from the Trump administration.
That's right. That suit filed Friday in state court in Manhattan alleges that Kalshi's prediction market exposes state residents, including those under the legal gambling age of 21, to, quote, serious personal and financial risk. This is coming from the New York Attorney General Letitia James, putting that out in a statement.
We've got with us Robert Donald, head of enforcement and legal counsel at Kalshi. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Bobby, welcome. I want to jump right into this suit because Letitia James, the Attorney General, says, quote, no matter what they call themselves, prediction markets like Kalshi are gambling platforms, plain and simple, By ignoring our laws, Kalshi is running an illegal operation and harming New Yorkers in the process. What is your response to this claim that Kalshi is running an illegal gambling operation?
I mean, as both a New Yorker and a lawyer, I'm alarmed by the overreaching sentiment that's coming from the Attorney General's office. So Kalshi is a licensed, federally regulated exchange. By her logic, any federally regulated exchange that's operating with a federal license and overseen by a federal regulator can suddenly be subject to the whims of state criminal enforcement if the Attorney General of a particular state wakes up and decides one day that these contracts actually come within New York State gambling law. That's not how any exchange in U.S. history has ever operated, right? So we're here at Bloomberg. You guys talk about the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, other exchanges. All of them could be potentially affected by the breadth and scope of the New York Attorney General's approach and legal theory in terms of how she believes she can regulate and bring to heel federally licensed exchanges here in New York State.
Bobby, are you saying you're the exact same things as the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ markets? You're saying you're the exact same thing, apples to apples, then?
What I am saying is that federal law dictates that that is the case. When a federal law like the Commodity Exchange Act exists and provides for a way for an entity to get licensed by something like the Commodity Futures Trading Commission or the Securities Exchange Commission, that licensure and that federal regulation is what governs that marketplace. Now, if states want to litigate with that regulator on a case-by-case basis about what types of contracts might implicate some state laws, that's one question. And that's some of the lawsuits we've seen over the last year on sports. But this is much more far-reaching. This is claiming that that license means nothing. And if you don't hold a New York license, you're running a criminal operation and you need to be run out of the state. And I think it's important to ground this sort of in history of disruptive sort of new players in marketplaces, right? Kalshi's new, but this sort of licensed regime has existed for many decades. We've seen similar playbooks used against companies like Uber and Airbnb, where states try to throw their weight around and bring crazy cases to block what customers want as a reasonable alternative. We think that that's a pretty similar playbook to what the Attorney General is following here.
So why shouldn't Kalshi seek a license from the New York State Gaming Commission? Why wouldn't you do that?
So it really goes to the way that the business operates. We are a federally licensed exchange that requires us to run open markets that are available nationwide. Our users set the price. Traders set the price. We match traders in an open marketplace with one another. We are not on the other side of individuals trading. We don't run a casino where people can come in and drink and play card games. We don't run a sports book where we profit when people lose. What we do is run open marketplaces where users define the price point, and that type of financial product, even if it touches on topics that is similar to a topic touched on by a sports book, the way that that product operates is typically what governs what regulations apply.
So even though people keep coming at you and say gambling, that's why you're not gambling?
So I think it's important to define exactly what they mean when they say gambling. To me, gambling is when you go up against the house, when you go to a place that controls whether you're going to win or lose. They're going to chase losers. They're going to maximize their ability to limit winners. They're not going to run like a true business. But where an exchange exists and individuals are setting price with one another, I think that it operates under a different regulatory framework. And it's not to say that a whole panoply of different topics can be touched on by different regulated products.
Right.
So we see concerns in options trading or leverage trading, retail traders moving into markets that are traditionally regulated markets at the federal level. I think some of the same concerns exist for those markets. And if you read the lawsuit closely, a ton of the definitions and the language and the descriptions that Attorney General James's office uses could easily be transposed onto Robinhood, crypto trading, derivatives trading, any sort of trading activity that the Attorney General suddenly decides poses a customer threat to individuals who want to participate in.
I mean, there is, in April, she did sue Coinbase and Gemini for running illegal gambling platforms. There were some, like, why do you think Kalshi was singled out in this iteration of the lawsuit?
You'd have to ask the governor's office why, Kalshi's was signaled out. I think the truth is there are a number of prediction markets that would be affected by this approach. There's a number of other exchanges that would be affected. There are a number of exchanges, like Robinhood's based in New York, right? Novig, Polymarket, they're all based in New York, none of whom have been subject to the Attorney General's focus. So I don't know if that's coming. I don't know if you'd have to ask her office, but certainly, we're a bit alarmed that the Attorney General is seeing the scope of New York gambling law applying to potentially federal derivatives exchanges.
But I do think about exchanges, do think about the composition of the bets that are on, like, if we're going to use the gambling analogy that keeps getting kind of lobbied at you, I mean, if I think about exchange, there is incredible oversight, and there's rules, and so that there isn't, trades that are happening that are not legit or fair or right. If gambling is, as you say, there is no house, right? It's just two parties figuring out something. Where is the oversight and concern about the composition of the bets being made and making sure that they are true? Because I think that's where you get into gambling. If anybody can kind of put up a bet and another person can take the side, and who knows if those two sides didn't get together to figure out this bet. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So
that to me is where you get into the gambling. It feels a little loose.
Sure. I don't think it's loose at all. So I think that just to sort of zero in on some of the nuance that you just said, gambling is when there is the house. What you do on an exchange is where there is no house. There are two counterparties in a particular market agreeing on a price together and executing what we characterize as a swap, what the CEA qualifies as a swap. Those types of trades are heavily regulated under CFTC regulation. There are hundreds of regulations.
So you're saying all the trades that are happening on Kalshi will be heavily regulated and oversight, and we understand the two sides.
They are currently heavily regulated and being overseen. I meet with the CFTC's enforcement division. That's my line of work at Kalshi. I lead our exchange enforcement. I meet with their enforcement division multiple times a week, but separately they have other division market oversight, other divisions that oversee the implementation of markets so that they are structurally fair for the participants operating in them. And that oversight requires Kalshi as an exchange, but all prediction market exchanges, to work very closely with the CFTC on the products that they offer. They have to self-certify them to the CFTC, who can revoke approval for those products. And the CFTC recently came out with a 267-page rulemaking that was specific toward prediction market contracts. So I think, it isn't correct to say these aren't currently heavily regulated.
We're speaking with Bobby Denault. He's head of enforcement and legal counsel at Kalshi. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. I want to shift gears and talk about some other recent news. It seems like you're really playing whack-a-mole at this point with these lawsuits. Like, obviously, it's keeping you busy. Also keeping you busy is enforcement. And former Congressman George Santos agreed to pay more than $35,000 to settle allegations that he manipulated a wager on your platform about whether he'd attend the 2026 State of the Union. Is it your responsibility to police that? Are you the one who recognized that and flagged it?
Yes, it is our responsibility to police that.
Do you have the resources? Like, this is one example, but do you have the resources to find every single one of them that allegedly has insider information?
So I'd pause there and say, that's not our standard at the New York Stock Exchange, and that's not our standard in the securities and equities markets. What we expect our federally regulated exchanges to do is to have reasonable procedures to detect insider trading, market manipulation, et cetera. Kalshi has very robust, and in fact more robust than stock exchanges, policing measures to prevent and detect insider trading. We do have 24/7 market surveillance. We use a surveillance vendor, but also in the coming days are going to announce an expansion of our surveillance systems. And we police these markets both in real time and in retrospect. And we work with the CFTC to investigate specific markets and detect anomalous activity in those markets. We did detect the trading activity by Mr. Santos. We conducted an investigation that involved an interview with Mr. Santos, and we referred the entire matter and the evidence that we collected to the CFTC, which allowed them to pursue enforcement. But separately, in the derivatives and commodities space, these exchanges, like ours, have a responsibility to also bring enforcement actions directly against the users who participate on them. And so we pursue direct exchange enforcement in areas where individuals come on and violate our CFTC-approved exchange rules. And
how often is that happening? And how many investigations are you triggering, like on a daily basis or a weekly basis?
So we sort of estimate quarterly, and volumes upticked quite a bit. So the investigations have upticked quite a bit, but somewhere between 150 and 250 a quarter become material investigations.
Mm-hmm.
We make a number of referrals. I think year to date, we've probably made about 40 or 50 referrals to the CFTC. These matters take time, though. The legal process, everybody deserves due process rights.
Yep.
So we afford people due process. We've settled or brought disciplinary actions in a number of cases. We're going to continue to do so. And by the end of the year, I'm sure you'll see a meaningful number of actions. I put for context, the SEC in the last year of the Biden administration bought 35 insider trading actions. So, I think the expectation would be somewhere in the ballpark of that number.
Do you think that there's some markets that are listed on Kalshi that are more susceptible to manipulation than others?
I think much like insider trading in the traditional securities and equities markets, there are certain paradigms that exist that create more likelihood for insider or manipulation risk.
Like mentioned markets, perhaps?
I think mentioned markets are a unique category. I don't know that they're necessarily more susceptible to insider risk, but I can see the context or argument for saying they maybe are more susceptible to manipulation where one person controls what word they say. On the counter of that, there's a small pool of people who could possibly be capable of manipulating that market. And because we're an exchange that collects user information, we follow KYC, know your customer rules for every single individual trading on the exchange, we have a pretty good idea of who's taking positions in certain markets that allows us to police mentioned markets just like we police all markets.
You're talking about Kalshi public companies, right?
that's part of it. I mean, that's the new.
Just 60 seconds. I know we've got to run. It's interesting. Earnings updates, KPI forecasts, earnings call mentions.
You loved this when you saw this.
I do. And I'm thinking, God, does this replace ultimately the earnings estimates that we follow? Is that the goal? Just quickly.
I think there's two goals. I think the first goal is what we find is so many people are using Kalshi as a resource just to obtain information. 75% of people who visit the platform are there just to look, to learn. They're not there to trade. And so this is a resource for people who might be on a trading desk, people who might be in a financial position where they want to analyze these really subtopic financial questions about a particular KPI. But of course, we are seeing academic research that shows these are somehow and sometimes more accurate than our traditional metrics in financial markets. And so it's exciting to develop further in that space.
Please come back and talk more about this. Because I
Absolutely.
am fascinated about kind of where this goes and who will all be on it. Bobby, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it.
Robert Denault, he's head of enforcement and legal counsel over at Kalshi, joining us on set here in New York. We are just a little over an hour from the close of equity trading.
We are indeed. We've got
that.
a market, kind of little changed, if you will. Just up about 4 points on the S&P 500, more than a 400-point gain on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. If you're following that index, up 0.8%. Really some outperformance there. NASDAQ 100, though, it is down just 0.4 percentage point. It is down about 113 points. So these averages are definitely off their best levels of the session. That's happening on a day when we talked with Katie Kaminsky over at Alpha Simplex about yields. You've got a 10-year note with a yield of 4.61, so we have moved down a little bit in terms of the session. 2-year note with a yield of 4.17. Don't forget, on Friday we get that monthly jobs report.
I want to bring in Denitsa Sikova. She is looking at stocks on the move today. I'm Tim Stanovic along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move. We're joined by Denitsa Sikova with some stocks that are moving. Hey, Denitsa.
SpaceX, right?
You knew it.
Have we talked
How
about
did you know?
SpaceX? Have we mentioned it? Last time I checked, SpaceX was down. Ticker is SPCX. The stock fell as much as 13%. Of course, this is the first real picture we have about the company's fundamental. And actually, in many important metrics, analysts were pretty impressed. The metric that caused a lot of uproar is, of course, capital expenditure. This is something we've been worried for a very long time. And that number is 28.5 billion in the first half. This is significantly 4 times more the spending a year earlier. So incredible number, and that pretty much overshadowed the rest of the report. This is what we're focused
You got to spend if you're doing AI. I think that's as simple, but investors aren't so loving it. I don't know. It's an interesting story, and I think it's going to take a little bit longer, right, to figure it out. But investors not impressed today.
Yeah, I mean, you look at AI revenue, and it's a little bit over 3 billion, and then this is so much less than their connectivity business. We're talking Starlink. So you're having this, you're spending so much, and so far we're not seeing a big payoff. So I understand the anxiety. And also on Thursday, insiders can sell shares, so things are very volatile week.
They don't like it at this price. How are they going to like it when there's so much more out there? New York Times, let's go there. Ticker NYT, stock down 15% as we speak.
Pretty rough day. This is actually the worst sell-off since 2012 if we continue to see the price like that. Actually, the report wasn't so bad. We saw a lot of the metrics in line with estimates. People seem to be worried about spending again. So what Citi is saying, while most metrics came in line with guidance, the firm suggested operating expenses were higher than expected. They're pointing to sales and marketing as the two big drivers. We saw a big growth in digital-only subscribers, but compared to the trend they've had for quite some time, this is slowing down a little bit, and analysts are a little bit worried. Last year, they had a great year. It was up more than 30%. So I think the bar is pretty high, and investors are anxious about any type of capital expenditure, any type of spending.
All right, let's talk travel. Booking, what do we hear?
Yeah, travel is doing great. Booking, and it's actually coming from the U.S. We've been all very worried about travel with obviously fuel costs and all that. But the U.S., the World Cup has been boosting travel. The company is up nearly 7%. The ticker is BKNG. Travel demand has remained firm. We're yet to see, because we're seeing very mixed signals. We saw a lot of the hotels reporting, and it's very different reports.
Agreed.
So we're done with the World Cup. What happens next? Big questions to see, but a lot of optimism for Booking, which has had a pretty rough year. Year to date, it's still down despite the boost we're seeing today. So
I want to go on a trip.
I need to go.
Fortunately, you are going.
We have some work ones in the fall.
Well, you're going on vacation soon.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not getting on a plane. But yeah, I am. All right, Denitsa, thank you so much. Denitsa Sekova, she is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter with Stock Movers Podcast. Check out our Stock Movers Podcast. They are 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Hey, coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, if you're sticking with us on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, YouTube, and more, we got the CEO of Lime, Wayne Ting, joining us in just a few minutes on a day when the stock is hitting a new all-time high. If you're staying here on TV, the close, it starts now.
Japan and the U.S. intervened to strengthen the Japanese yen. Instant reaction on Bloomberg surveillance with Stephen Englander of Standard Chartered.
Is there any likelihood this can work for Japan?
I think this is a bridge, and they're hoping that something down the road happens that organically helps contribute to yen's strength.
Bloomberg surveillance. Must listen and must watch for Global Wall Street. Weekday mornings at 7 on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston.
WNBP Newburyport.
Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran not waning. President Trump, though, voicing optimism that a deal, he says, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could come this week. Sources, meantime, tell ABC News Iran remains the prime suspect in a growing number of states dealing with water facility cyber attacks. ABC's Aaron Katursky has details.
We just heard in the last couple of hours from the New Jersey Office of Homeland Security that 2 municipal water systems in the state were affected by these hacks. New Jersey did not name the municipal water systems, probably because they don't want to cause any panic, because they say customers had uninterrupted access to their drinking water.
Russia carrying out air attacks in Ukraine's capital overnight again, killing at least 17 in Kyiv. Ukraine's President Zelensky, hosting UK's new defense minister, urged allies to help stop Russia's aggression.
This night, again, the signal before the winter, we think that we need the unanimity and we need strong support from your country and from all other European friends.
In Germany, U.S. officials were told authorities found a drone fitted with explosive devices and a detonator near a Ukrainian cargo aircraft at the Leipzig airport. The airport has been the target of multiple suspected Russian sabotage ops. Ohio Congressman Max Miller continuing to deny domestic abuse allegations from several accusers, including his ex-wife. ABC's Rachel Scott has more on Republican reaction.
There's no chance that I'm removing myself from this race.
The family scandal erupting into full view on Capitol Hill. President Trump has publicly stood by Miller, a former close aide. But Miller says the president raised concerns about whether he could win re-election. Many Republicans silent. We tried asking Senator John Husted, who also represents Ohio.
Do you believe that Miller should resign? Are you calling on him to get out of the race? Why aren't you commenting?
Yesterday, the House Ethics Committee formally announced an investigation into Miller for alleged domestic violence and abuse or illegal drug use. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure's over New England. It's going to be slowly drifting out into the Gulf of Maine over the next day or so. That's going to allow warmer and more humid air to move back up from the southeastern United States. Also, a frontal boundary drifting in from the Great Lakes will also help aid bringing up that warm and humid air. It looks like we are going to be hot and humid by the time we get into tomorrow. Very warm for Friday and Saturday. Partly to mostly sunny, 85 to 90 this afternoon. Tonight we're clear to partly cloudy, lows are near 70. Sun tomorrow, chance of a shower thunderstorm late tomorrow afternoon. Away from the coast, it'll be 85 to 90. Tomorrow night, clear to partly cloudy, muggy. Lows will be anywhere from 70 to 75. Sunny, hot, and humid during the day. Friday, it's 90 to 95. Late Friday afternoon, there's the chance of a shower or thunderstorm. Those should taper off and end during the evening. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg 3-day forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
In Washington state, a suspected arsonist behind the Old Trails fire is in custody and facing charges. Dangerous wildfires continue to burn, but fire crews are beginning to get a break from conditions as weather improves. ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore says that's providing some good news for residents in the Pacific Northwest and Rockies dealing with unhealthy air quality.
Specifically up towards Seattle, Spokane, we got a lot of cloud coverage over the past couple of days. Winds became calmer, temperatures dropped a bit. And so this gave firefighters a fighting chance at fighting these fires. Meanwhile, some of the stronger winds and dry conditions persisted in places like Medford, Aspen, Colorado. As a result, we have red flag warnings in place for those areas.
In Massachusetts, the trial for Lindsay Clancy in its 7th day. The mother is accused of strangling her 3 children in 2023. Attorneys for Clancy argue she suffered from postpartum psychosis and did not receive adequate care. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer has more.
The witness described 4 different drugs that fell into these categories of being antipsychotic, antidepressants, or anti-anxiety. And for those groups of drugs, the witness said that they had slightly elevated levels, but nothing that was alarming. But for one drug, Seroquel, this witness said that it was double the amount that you would suspect, but still the amount of Seroquel within her system was not at a toxic or lethal level.
I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this, Wednesday, August 5th, 2026. Carol Masser, along with Tim Stenivek, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio.
And then summer was over. Sorry.
No, it's like what we've all been talking about. It's like...
Fortunately, the kids in New York don't go back to school until way after Labor Day this year.
And Labor Day is late this year.
Yeah.
Anyway, we still do have the month of August. We'll see if things settle down. I will say it's kind of a mellow... I feel like it's a little bit of a mellow day. S&P down... no, forgive me. It's actually up about 4 points, but it's off its highs of the session. Any move to the upside means still another record on the S&P, so we'll see where we end up. NASDAQ 100 down more than 90 points, down 0.3 percentage point. Having said that, I am thinking about Friday, what the labor market shows, especially as we've got some Fed speakers kind of pushing for the Fed to raise rates.
Okay. You're thinking about the macro. I'm thinking about the micro, because I'm looking at shares of Lime. They're up 17.4%. It's a $1.8 billion company. And they do micro-mobility. You've seen the scooters, the bikes. We're going to talk to the CEO in just a minute. This, as the stock hits an all-time high. Granted, it just went public earlier this summer.
Yeah.
But shares are up significantly since that. And
all right.
Up 17% today. Wayne King joining us.
All right. So we're going to talk about that and get into all of that. Also coming up, what are we going to do? We've got our Eric Weiner taking a look at the markets and what's going on. So looking forward to that. And then we also, we're going to get into memory chip names, definitely in the spotlight. Don't forget SanDisk, Western Digital coming out after the close. SanDisk is your top performing name in the S&P 500 by a wide margin.
All right. It's still
easily.
Early. Number 2. We'll see what happens after today.
Way behind. So we're going to talk to Jake Silverman of our Bloomberg Intelligence team and break down those numbers.
And it's a chilling story. It's today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. TikTok kept a safety feature from millions. One died by suicide. A confidential document says an algorithm adjustment was kept from many users, quote, by design, as part of an experiment to measure engagement.
Yeah, all of this is coming your way over the next couple of hours. Let's get to it, though, with a check on the trade as we are counting down to the close on this Wednesday. Once again, Charlie Pellet.
All right, I thank you very much, Carol. And we are looking at little change right now on the S&P 500 index. I'm going to call it meandering because that's what we got here. A gain of 4 points. However, any advance today for both the Dow and also the S&P 500 index, that will be another record. But bottom line, right now, stocks churning with the S&P up 5, up under 0.1%. Dow Industrials at a record 54,498, where we stand now on the Dow, up 413 points for the Dow. That is a gain right now of 0.8%. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index both in the red. NASDAQ 100 index down by 0.3%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, down 0.1%. AMD weighing on the index after earnings. Advanced Micro Devices down now by 6%. We do have the 2-year yielding 4.17%, the 10-year 4.61%, and the 30-year 5.17%. Gold, meanwhile, is surging $181 the ounce, up 4.5%, $42.59 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, $75.18 a barrel on WTI. Brent heading the other direction, little changed, up 0.1%. Barrel of Brent, $79.46. So, bottom line here, the Dow, the S&P, they are both trading at a record. Monica DeCenzo is head of global investment opportunities at JP Morgan Chase Bank. And on Bloomberg surveillance this morning, she told us she does see further gains for stocks.
The S&P has benefited from very strong earnings momentum. And by the way, that continued this quarter. So I don't see it ending right now. But I do think when you look out 12 months, our view is that the market's up 7 or 8% from here.
Monica DeCenzo of JP Morgan Chase Bank. Again, after earnings, SpaceX shares selling off. SpaceX now lower by 12.9%. Advanced Micro Devices after earnings down by just about 6%. Recapping, Dow, S&P, they are both at records. And a reminder that summer officially ends. Autumn begins September 22nd. Guys, we got weeks to go. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Oh, news you can use with Charlie Pellet.
Glass half full. Always.
He's the
Charlie Pellet.
Has the best attitude out of anyone.
I know.
Yeah. I'll talk to him on September 22nd.
We all can take a lesson from Mr. Charlie Pellet.
We can. Shares of Neutron Holdings, better known as Lime, ticker Lime, L-I-M-E, hit a new high today. This after the company reported its first financials since going public earlier this summer. Revenue for the $1.7 billion market cap company increased to $304 million. That was up 24% year over year. And the guidance, too, has investors excited.
Yeah, for the third quarter guidance, revenue in the range of $340 million to $360 million, adjusted EBITDA in the range of $120 to $130 million. And we should point out that after the report, KeyBank Capital Markets analyst Justin Patterson raised the target on the company to 37 from 33 a share. So the stock right now just below $36 a share.
We got with us Wayne Ting, the CEO of Lime. He joins us from San Francisco. Wayne, good to have you on the program. We went through some of the numbers here. As I mentioned, the company's first report since going public. I'm just wondering, before we get to sort of the nitty-gritty, what is the strategy or the difference between communicating with a group of private investors ahead of the IPO and now communicating with this wider audience of public market investors?
I would say, I think the heart of the strategy doesn't change. Like, we want to continue to deliver great growth and on top line and bottom line, which is what you saw in our Q2 results. I do think the immediate reaction that we can get on a day like this, right after earnings, that's certainly new to me as a CEO who's managed a private company historically. But I think what investors are looking for is strong growth in top line, strong growth in profits, continue momentum in the business, which is, if you look at our Q2 results, exactly what we delivered.
Go ahead. Oh, so I want to talk a little bit, here in New York, I don't have access to Lime bikes. There are some Lime scooters in parts of the city, right?
You're correct. We do operate in the Eastern Bronx and Western Queens, but we're not in Manhattan.
So City Bike dominates on the bike side here. I'm just wondering, like, are markets big enough for more than one micro-mobility provider?
Definitely. And in fact, most of the markets we're in, Lime is in 230 cities around the world, 29 countries. In the vast majority of our markets, there are multiple operators. In fact, I would say competition improves all of us. And I know in New York, oftentimes I hear New Yorkers talk about the fact that City Bike isn't super, there could be improvements to price, to reliability, to quality. And I think introducing more competition helps the consumers, it helps the city, it helps improve service. So absolutely, I think New York can there could be multiple operators. In fact, I think the people who will benefit will be the consumers and the citizens of the New York.
Yeah, I think the comments you made about City Bike, anyone who's used City Bike here in New York can relate to those. Does that mean you have plans to launch the bike service in New York City?
So we are, Tim, as you point out, we're already in New York City, and the Department of
Transportation, I guess, expand it.
Has been, so we have to work with the city to scale the operations to more boroughs. And we're certainly very interested to bring Lime service to more boroughs across greater New York. And Lime is the global leader in shared micromobility by far. And we are the global leader because we have the best hardware. We're vertically integrated in software, hardware, operations, and government relations. And I would love to bring that level of service and quality to more New Yorkers and more neighborhoods.
Hey, I want to ask you specifically, Wayne, about the Uber partnership and the Uber relationship. You were backed by Uber. They were expected to control, I meant to look at holdings, more than 20% of the outstanding shares following the IPO. And then at 2025, 14.5% of Lime's revenue came through the Uber partnership, the remainder generated directly on the Lime app. Tell me about the Uber partnership and relationship today.
Sure. So Uber is an incredibly important and strategic partner for us. Anywhere Lime and Uber both operate, you can access a Lime bike and scooter directly in the Uber app. And as everyone knows, Uber is the biggest transportation platform out there. And it's a great new user discovery partnership for us. And when we launch a new city, Uber also allows us to scale faster and get to reliability faster, because day one, when Lime launches, millions of users will be able to access Lime directly in the Uber app. So that partnership remains very strong, and it's a long-term partnership. In fact, our two-way exclusive contract lasts for several more years. And our expectation is we're going to continue to invest and scale up that partnership over time.
So remain on their app as well?
Yes.
Okay, for the long term, or for at least a few more years, or maybe even longer?
Hopefully even longer.
Okay.
Yeah, and at least here in New York, again, Lyft has the City Bike partnership. So, to actually, and Lyft owns City Bike. So that's one thing to keep in mind from the competitive landscape. In terms of the actual modes of transportation you offer, the e-scooter, the e-bike, the seated e-scooter, which form are you most bullish on? Which form has quicker adoption, higher adoption? Which form would you rather somebody take when they're faced with a choice?
I would say I'm agnostic to the various. We are the biggest operator of e-scooters and e-bikes, and we recently introduced a new sit-down form factor called Lime Glider, and actually won Time Magazine's Best Invention of 2025. What I want people to do is to drive less, help us solve some of the transportation challenges that we see in cities all over the world. Congestion is a problem. Parking is always, there's never enough parking. Sustainability is a problem all over the world. And the number one source of carbon pollution in the United States and in Europe is from transportation. And any mode on Lime, you're being offered a reliable, more affordable, and far more green alternative to driving. And so I would say any mode, I would be great. And it's better than the congestion affordability challenge from cars that we see as a problem in urban transportation everywhere.
What's the break even on an e-bike? When you make that initial investment in an e-bike, how long does somebody have to ride it hours wise for that to make sense for that from an investment perspective?
So we have a really good payback and return on invested capital. So the average e-bike, e-scooter that we buy is roughly $1,300 in terms of a fully landed cost. And we typically pay back that initial investment in less than 12 months. And these vehicles last 5 years plus. So our total cash on cash return is 4 to 5 times our initial investment. And we continue to improve our cost to serve and improve the utilization of our vehicles. So I feel like there's even upside to that payback that I just described over the long run.
Wayne, thanks so much for joining us. Wayne Ting, CEO of Lime, joining us from San Francisco. Shares of Lime higher today. Again, they trade as Neutron Holdings. Lime US is the ticker, up more than 14% today, Carol, hitting a new high. But again, they went public just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, up almost 42% since going public, as you mentioned. All right, folks, stick around. We continue to dig a little bit deeper into what's going on when it comes to technology. We'll get to that in a moment.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up at Bloomberg.com/newsletters. That's Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation.
Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is the Bloomberg Real Estate Report, brought to you by FidelityInvestments.com. You might be surprised to hear what the hottest luxury real estate neighborhood is in the nation right now. Park Slope in Brooklyn, with a median price of almost $1.8 million, more than double the median price of luxury condos, co-ops, and single-family homes in the New York Metro overall, and more than 6% of residential properties in Park Slope going for above the asking price, according to Redfin. That's even amid predictions luxury real estate would suffer under New York City's new mayor. Meantime, Highland Park in Illinois, the second hottest luxury neighborhood of the year. Prices on luxury properties in the suburb up more than 5% from a year ago and indicated keep rising, with 43% of properties sold above the asking. Overland Park, Kansas, Belmar, New Jersey, Coronado, Colorado, Noe Valley, California, along with East Orlando, Richmond, and Phoenix, also on the list of luxury hotspots. And that's the Bloomberg Real Estate Report. I'm Denise Pellegrini.
This is the Bloomberg Pursuits Report on Luxury, sponsored by Fidelity Wealth Management. More luxury travelers are designing multi-stop vacations pairing high-energy city destinations, followed with quieter, more relaxing locales. Travel agents call them split trips, like visiting Singapore, then the rainforests of Borneo. One trip, two distinct experiences. The vacation rental site Savvy says city to beach is the most common pattern, with Nashville to Orange Beach, Alabama, its top pairing, followed by Austin to South Padre Island in Texas. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Warm and humid conditions will be pushing back into New England as high pressure moves offshore over the next day or so. Partly to mostly sunny, 85 to 90 this afternoon. Clear to partly cloudy, 70 tonight. More sun tomorrow. Away from the coast, we could have an afternoon storm. Highs tomorrow, 85 to 90. Sunshine Friday, 90 to 95 with the chance of a late day storm. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Hi, I'm Christina Ruffini, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on that weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service. President Trump readying tariffs and price floors to boost U.S. polysilicon. Now, polysilicon is a foundational input for photovoltaic solar cells. We're looking at shares of First Solar. We got solar stocks moving, but First Solar shares, they are down now by just about 5.5%. The Dow and the S&P 500 index. Right now, they are both trading at records. We're looking at the S&P up 4 to 7741. That is a gain now of just under 0.1%. Dow at a record up 384 now, up 0.7%. Any advance today for both the Dow and the S&P will be a record. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index are trading lower. Advanced Micro Devices, SpaceX, both declining. Right now, NASDAQ is down 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 0.3%. SpaceX down 12.2%. AMD down by 6.1%. 2-year currently yielding 4.18% with a 10-year 4.62%. The 30-year 5.17%. Gold up $175 the ounce to $42.53. That is a gain of 4.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude 75.26 a barrel, down 0.7%. Brent higher 79.55. Barrel of Brent crude up now by just about 0.2%. Alphabet's Google is losing some of its most prominent AI veterans in a seismic overhaul that is casting doubt over leadership of a critical area of growth right as competition intensifies. Alphabet shares lower now by 4.2%. Recapping Dow and S&P, they are both at a record, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide, goldencrestmetals.com/guide. S&P up 0.1%. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I want to talk a little bit about defense technology, specifically personal defense. Burnett Technologies makes non-lethal alternatives to firearms. Think CO2-powered, gun-like devices that shoot projectiles. We've got with us Con Davis, the CEO of Burnett Technologies. The firm has a market cap of around $106 million. Con joins us from Tampa, Florida. Con, good to have you on the program. So you sell to law enforcement, security. Can anyone buy one of these, what you call launchers?
Absolutely. Our primary customer is actually the consumer, and they are legal in all 50 states. So anyone can purchase one of these devices, and they really are a great option for people looking for a personal protection device.
How do you make sure they're non-lethal?
So we do a lot of testing to make sure these products are non-lethal. It's really about the velocity and the type of round that we use. So there is a hard plastic round that's quite large. It hurts, but it does not penetrate the skin. The other option is a chemical irritant round made of powderized pepper and tear gas that can incapacitate someone for about 40 minutes.
Talk to us about the financials. The stock's been under a ton of pressure. And you did report earnings back in July. I think you talked about fiscal 2026 would not be a revenue growth year, but you did expect improvement in the second half of the year compared with the first half as retailers get ready for the holidays, and you're doing some other, I guess, internal marketing and so on and so forth. But why do you think it's so tough? You do direct to sell, you've got retailers, but why is it the numbers aren't better?
Right. Well, right now where we are is we need to get the message out about the product. Everyone we talk to and understands what this product does gets really excited about it. And frankly, those turn into sales pretty quickly. Where we are today, though, is there have been historic advertising restrictions on things that look like a weapon. So we are in the middle of a marketing shift and a pivot in order to get the message out much broader into a wider audience. So that's what we're doing. We're expanding our SAM by about 10 times over the next 6 to 9 months as we really reach that new consumer audience.
Yeah, we're going to talk about supply chain in a second and sort of how you're dealing with tariffs and component costs and plastics as a result of oil volatility. I'm curious, though, about the market for law enforcement, because when we think about non-lethal devices for law enforcement, it really seems like Taser owns the mind share and owns much of the market. How do you compete with that?
So really you compete with that in the law enforcement market by effectiveness and the differences between the Taser product and ours. So the Taser product has a range of about 20 to 25 feet. So it's a pretty close-in product. Additionally, you have to be pretty accurate with it, given the fact that you have to get 2 electrodes into an individual. For us, we have a range that's much further, about 60 feet. And when our projectiles hit, they create a 6-foot cloud of gas, which really will impact an individual, even if you don't directly strike them.
So interesting, and we may come back to talking a little bit more about the business and the outlook. But one of the things that we like talking here at Bloomberg Business Week Daily, smaller companies, companies with a different footprint, is what so much of our economy is small business, right? We know that. We talk about it all the time. It's the backbone of the U.S. economy. I am curious, what are some of your pain points right now in terms of supply chains, tariffs? We have a president who, it continues to make some comments about different types of tariffs right now. Earlier, we mentioned President Trump writing tariffs, price floors to boost U.S. polysilicon. There's a lot of different dynamics. What a large company can deal with in their massive supply chains, they often have leverage. Smaller companies, it could be trickier. Talk to us about your supply chain.
It can be trickier. And frankly, businesses are looking for stability, especially smaller businesses, so that we can plan and grow going forward. Where Byrna is uniquely positioned is several years ago, we made a pivot from manufacturing overseas to producing all of our products domestically here in the U.S.
And you were in South Africa before?
We were in South Africa before, from a manufacturing point of view. We moved all of that to Indiana over the past 5 years. And even more than that, we started moving our components and other pieces of our supply chain to domestic U.S. sources, which that has proved a real benefit for us, as you've seen energy prices become volatile and shipping prices go up and down with that.
That's interesting. So financially, it was a smarter move. I'm just curious about labor costs. Or is it all automated? Like things we always talk about being so much more expensive to do in the U.S., but that has not been the case for you?
That has not been the case for us. I will tell you that we pay a little bit higher of a labor cost, obviously, here in the U.S. than we would overseas. However, we make that up in quality. So the quality of the manufacturing that we can do and we control it ourselves. And when you're talking about a life-saving device, having a quality manufacturing process is really important. Additionally, if you think about the shorter supply lines and supply chains that you have there, you can pull a lot of money out of your inventory when you are manufacturing domestically.
How much did prices go up when you started manufacturing domestically?
They went up $0. We did not increase prices at all.
How much did you absorb?
Understood. We absorbed about 500 basis points on the cost line that we've now worked through from a manufacturing efficiency point of view. So at this point, I would call it neutral.
When you hear about the onshoring conversation that we've been having over the last, it really goes back to 2017, but I think at least in this term since January of last year. Do you think like we talked to the former CFO of Levi's, for example, and he says, we're never going to make Levi's jeans in the US. I mean, Apple is not going to be making iPhones here. Yeah, they're going to make more and more in India, but they're still making them in China. Like, what takeaways do you have for other small businesses about how realistic it is to onshore in an environment where manufacturing is so specialized globally and where costs vary so much?
So I think it really comes down to how much labor is in your cost stack. The more that you can drive an efficient manufacturing process and pull individual labor out, the more you're going to be able to manufacture in the U.S. Additionally, when you're a small business, the ability to reduce the amount of money that you have in working capital from an overseas exposure point of view is massive. We can ramp up and ramp down manufacturing much faster than we can if we had a large supply chain. That really gives us much more flexibility and allows us to be nimble to what the consumer demand actually is.
So again, one of the things, you certainly play into the consumer market, right? You're direct to consumer. You also sell to retailers, right, who sell to consumers. Based on that, who is your consumer typically? And I'm curious, kind of where are the markets or the stores that you are selling the most? And what are you seeing about kind of the health of the consumer?
Yeah, absolutely. I will tell you that, our view is that the consumer is definitely under pressure, and they're making trade-offs in what they're choosing to purchase and the events and things that they're trying to do in their lives. We still see really strong sell-through in our channels that are, sporting goods and outdoor stores. So think Bass Pro Cabela's, Sportsman's Warehouse, stores along those lines. Still definitely see strong sell through to that consumer. Again, more of that enthusiast, outdoors oriented consumer. Where our opportunity is going forward is to expand beyond what has really been a pretty narrow early adopting audience to now reach that wider mass audience.
Yeah, it does sound like, going back to the product itself, I mean, some of this stuff, you have to kind of inform, right, in order to sell. There's an educational aspect to this. And I guess it sounds like that's what you guys are figuring out to some extent.
That's where we're focused right now. And we're doing a lot of partnerships, both with, people online, but also with local community organizers to help get the word out about the product and to train people.
So what about the product pipeline and ways you can expand the products that are offered? When the people at your company who are in charge of that pipeline come to you with pitches, what are they pitching?
So I will tell you, we have a great R&D organization based just outside of Boston, Massachusetts, and we're pitching in looking at a couple of different things. One, it's how do you reduce the complexity of the product category you have now so that we can lower those manufacturing costs, as I discussed. Second, beyond that, is starting to talk about how we develop more form factors so that people that aren't comfortable with something that looks like a firearm or looks like a gun, that they still have an option to protect themselves in an active way versus just a passive way.
Hey, one last thing, we talk supply chains, and I'm just thinking about policy. We mentioned the president, different times coming out, tariffs and different policies that impact large business, medium-sized, small. What else could this administration do as we get ready for midterms to help out smaller businesses? And just got about 30 seconds.
Yeah. So again, it comes back down to really laying out a policy framework and just being consistent. The biggest thing for small businesses is the volatility. That volatility really creates uncertainty, both with the consumer and with investments that we're trying to make as an organization.
Are you saying this administration isn't consistent?
I'm saying we need more consistency.
Okay.
We've had a lot of back and forth and up and down in tariff policy and in oil and gas prices. The more we can be consistent there, the better.
Yeah, that certainly is being felt, and some days differently than others. Con Davis, thank you so much. Covered a lot of ground. CEO of Burner Technologies, joining us there from Florida on this Wednesday. Hey, folks, we've got about 26 minutes left in today's trading session. Little change. I know. Just up about 3 points on the S&P. Could be enough for a new record. We'll see. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Michigan's high-stakes Democratic primary, progressive Dr. Abdul El-Sayed was declared a victory against moderate Representative Haley Stevens. He used his victory speech to rally his base against Republican Mike Rogers, who he will face in November's general election. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
El-Sayed is now calling Mike Rogers a Trump bootlicker, saying he's someone who can't decide whether he's a neocon or a MAGA, he's a corporate sellout, all these things. Mike Rogers has a statement today that says the race is now a choice between what he calls common sense or complete insanity.
A potential security threat at Trump National Golf Course in Southern California ahead of the president's visit. A man identified as 38-year-old Janine John Taylor was arrested and is now facing charges. In London, police arresting a woman in connection with a stabbing attack in Covent Garden. Police say 4 men were stabbed and they retrieved a pair of scissors from the scene. This is ABC News.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
At Franklin Templeton, we've long believed in the importance of turning wisdom into a sharper edge. That's why we've combined the expertise of Benefit Street Partners, Clarion Partners, and Lexington Partners to offer you a variety of private market opportunities Previously available only to institutional investors. Learn more at ftprivatemarkets.com. Again, that's ftprivatemarkets.com. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast, Karen Moscow talked about SpaceX's first earnings as a publicly traded company with Bloomberg's Neil Campling.
I think they would be happy with the three divisions' second quarterly sales data. But of course, as you mentioned, it's all about the cash burn levels. So CapEx very elevated at $18.3 billion. But I think the problem here is to a degree about investing for the future, and basically SpaceX needs to invest significantly on the CapEx line going forward, suggesting that CapEx will remain at the same elevated levels for the rest of this year. So if you look at the numbers, they are low in absolute terms relative to the hyperscalers. So the four big hyperscalers combined will spend roughly $1 trillion on CapEx next year. So investors are left wanting to know where SpaceX can afford to compete in that, and whether they will need to come back to market at some point in the future to raise more capital.
All right, we did hear from Elon Musk. He talked for, about an hour, and he made some bold predictions, including reaching $1 trillion in revenue by 2030. Was there anything that Musk had to say in that call that caught your attention?
That $1 trillion certainly caught my attention, particularly because most of that is expected to be driven really by the AI revenue. Now, an AI currently is a small piece of the business. So whilst you have the other elements that are generating the cash flow, it's really a question of how you get to those numbers.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow trading at a record, S&P fluctuating between gains and losses. Right now, the S&P is higher. That means a record. But let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. The main U.S. averages are mixed on the day, with the S&P cash switching between quiet gains and losses. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 is slumping as the Dow Jones outperforms. Taking a closer look at the Dow, NVIDIA, Amgen, and Disney outperforming on the day, with Google, Amazon, and Chevron declining. SpaceX is down 13% after its first earnings report yesterday afternoon and ahead of tomorrow's unlocking. Meanwhile, NVIDIA is rallying on strong sales from Honhai, while Google slumps as its chief tech officer leaves to form his own startup. Shake Shack, meanwhile, shares headed for their best day since April 2025 after Starboard announced that it's taking a stake. Wrapping things up, gold and Bitcoin are rallying as oil slumps, and SanDisk is reporting after the bell. I'm Jordan Fitzgerald. All yours, Charlie.
All right. We thank you very much, Jordan. And right now, SpaceX down by 12.3%. To hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUA, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Daddy, can I drive?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Do I look like I drive a minivan?
Shut up and drive.
Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry.
I'll drive. Shotgun.
This is the drive to the close.
If you had access to a car like this, would you take it back right away?
On Bloomberg Radio.
Oh, the stuff we talk about before we go on air. It's a show. It's a podcast.
When Eric Weiner's here,
I know.
that's what happens.
Because he's family. He's just like, you know.
He is.
It's like the favorite brother walks in. I'm just going to say, Bill, you are my favorite. Oh, I can't say that. I love all my brothers.
Actually, wait, is Bill the one that listens?
He's my favorite baby brother. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
But I love all my brothers.
Family fight.
No, I know.
There's always a Fed angle. The family fight.
He's probably watching now. Hi, Bill. No, I'm just kidding. We are watching the markets, although it's kind of boring. It feels like a little bit today.
Nothing's boring ever.
Yes, it is.
Why?
Eric Weiner, are things sometimes, first of all, Eric is Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Equities. He's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. There are boring days.
There are less than interesting days. Although I will say that we're seeing something interesting happen today.
Oh, so tell me. Walk us through.
NVIDIA.
Oh, it's one of my gainers today.
NVIDIA, it has taken over the lead in the Magnificent Seven, which isn't really a group anymore, but it's raced ahead. It's taken off.
Wait, hold on. We didn't really cover this.
Thank you, SpaceX.
Why is the Mag 7 not really a thing anymore?
Because they're all moving in different directions. It was a unilateral move toward AI, and then people woke up and were like, well, actually, Tesla's kind of a car company. And then Apple isn't really spending on it. They're waiting to become the device maker for it. And then you have the four biggest AI spenders, and then you have NVIDIA, which is the original beneficiary of AI spending. So it's not really a coherent group, but more importantly, they're not really driving the market, which is another interesting thing we can talk about, which is that this rally from where the S&P was, I guess its last record was June 2nd. And
before yesterday.
Yeah. So its previous record before yesterday was June 2nd. The groups that got us there were not what you would expect.
So
go on.
Yeah.
Financials, banks, insurance companies. By financials, I mean credit card companies and mixed financials, pharma. Healthcare. Those are the sectors that drove the last mile to this record. Underperformers, tech, chips, tech hardware. Autos, but that's all Tesla. But it's been a weirdly diverse, healthy rally, what you would want to see. A lot of it responding to earnings. Obviously, there was you had basically the war ramp back up in July. So there was a lot of risk out there during that time. And so what happened was people sort of focused on, the risk brought things down. People focused on what's going on fundamentally.
So is it rotation I don't like technology, or is it, whoa, look at these groups, financials or healthcare, look what you're doing. This makes sense fundamentally.
Both. In that, so there are companies in tech that performed, but it's because they showed it. Specifically, you look at Microsoft and their blowout results. They're still spending, and Amazon too. Amazon has done really well. Both companies still spending, still saying the exact same thing, but they're showing tangible results with AI. Then you look at what happened with Alphabet, where they said, no free cash flow, negative free cash flow. Bam, down. You look at what Meta said, and everybody's like, we don't really believe Zuckerberg can spend rationally. So, bam, down. So but when you look at the results, this was a really strong quarter for financials. They did really, really well. They traded through they traded through all of the volatility. They made a fortune on higher rates. So good for them. And
trading,
healthcare spending, healthcare spending went up. Pharma did well. These are companies that were reporting strong results, and investors responded to it.
What do you think about the SpaceX trade? I'm curious if that came up on your radar.
That's fascinating. So and we've done a lot on SpaceX. And yesterday we called it one of the most anticipated events in the market this summer, largely because it's the first one. So you had no numbers. They come out last night and you still kind of have no numbers.
But you do have numbers from the S1.
Yes. But
they were backwards looking, weren't they?
And we had it on our story, so I can quote it. They didn't believe it. They didn't believe the numbers. They basically described it as, sticking your finger in the wind and going like, okay, this is what we're going to do. So
this is yesterday, or you're talking about the S1?
This is leading up to yesterday. Okay. So, but it's still, so we still don't really have a ton of specifics. We don't know when profits are going to come. The valuation is insane just based on what's assumed. And they're getting dinged for spending. Mm-hmm. I mean, because that's the only concrete thing we have.
Okay, so we had a headline cross last hour about Microsoft that was a redhead. This story by Brody Ford on that day. Microsoft's AI sales mostly come from OpenAI, according to disclosures. This is concentration risk textbook.
Yep.
Do we care?
Because part of the problem with that is it was out last week. The report was out last week, so the market saw this and didn't react. So I'm skeptical about jumping to conclusions, but yes. So to answer your specific question, yes, it's a risk, and it's even more of a risk because OpenAI is considered the second of the two independent AI companies. So if you wanted to be in the growth area, really Anthropic has been more of the mover and shaker. However, Microsoft is generating revenue from a lot of places. So it's difficult to know exactly where this ends up.
What is everybody like, either the folks that you talk to, the traders and so on and so forth, and market watchers, what is it that they're talking most about right now? And just got about 30 seconds.
The rates. They're very concerned about the Fed and but Warsh in particular. They don't know what they're going to get. We had moved into a regime of people explaining things to the market.
Yeah.
And the idea that that's going to be less, that they want fewer meetings, that is very, very concerning more broadly to Wall Street about how you're going to understand monetary policy when this war eventually ends and we sort of get back to talking about economics and financials.
I feel like it's some of what Katie Kaminsky said from Alpha Simplex.
Too big ifs.
It's just, there's too many ifs out there, right? Like we've heard this story before. Thank you. Always appreciate it. Eric Weiner, Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Equities, right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Ready to march towards the close?
I've got bells on.
No, you don't. Stick around, everybody. We're back in a moment.
Get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Friday, July jobs are in focus.
Seems pretty darn good. If you want a job, you got a job.
The unemployment rate, 4.2%.
Will the low hire, low fire environment continue?
Job satisfaction reached a historic high.
This is blowing away estimates.
The July jobs report on Bloomberg Surveillance. Friday morning at 8:30.
Does this change Kevin Warsh's world?
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9. Context changes everything.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Mostly sunny through the rest of the day in the Boston area. Temperatures warm, 85 to 90. Tonight we're clear to partly cloudy. It starts to turn more humid. Overnight it's 70. Sunshine tomorrow with the chance of a shower or thunderstorm late in the day away from the coast, 85 to 90. Friday, sunny, hot, humid with the chance of a late day storm, 90 to 95. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is David Gurek. Join us on Bloomberg This Weekend. Watch and listen to the news show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Wednesday. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. If you're just joining us, S&P just up about a point off its highs of the session. Dow up 372 points, up 0.7%. NASDAQ 100 to the downside, 152 points lower, down about 0.5%. But once again, right, the S&P 500, any kind of gain today means another record.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you see one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal about these retail traders?
I want to go there.
You do?
I really do.
Do you remember in the 90s when there was the spate of all the tragedies with the day traders?
I mean, people who lost a lot of money?
Yeah.
And what happened?
They would, yeah.
It's tragic.
It's totally tragic. And I think that happened because of how easy it became with technology to do this stuff. And now that was when nobody had iPhones and they were able to do zero commission trades on platforms. They were just doing it on their desktops. Now it's so much easier.
We talk so much about the gamification of society.
Yeah.
Like this disconnect between money, it's digital, you're not actually handling currency or anything. There's just things, and I feel like that's the same thing with trading. At some point you have to realize, okay, you can lose money. There is a new study out, this story by Simone Foxman, it's on the Bloomberg terminal. A new study found that surging retail trading is highly correlated with demoralization in young men, with 64% of men aged 18 to 29 who trade stocks daily reporting feeling like failures.
I have questions, though, about this.
Okay, so go away.
Are they trading stocks daily because of for a certain reason? Are they, I know somebody who hasn't had a job in a long time, and that's why he trades stocks daily. So maybe what prompted him to start trading stocks gives him
Was it there already?
Exactly.
The study also found that daily fantasy sports and pornography use were similarly correlated to feelings of failure, with young men who engage in these activities less than daily being about half as likely to report feelings of demoralization.
The study's findings suggest that young men are turning to risky financial behaviors such as day trading and event betting as a way to try to generate returns and meet their financial goals in a world where traditional markers of financial success are out of reach.
Bigger problem.
Yeah.
And I think this is societal, right? It's interesting to hear folks come on and we talk about the market at a record or the economy doing really well. I was listening to a conversation earlier on surveillance, and I'm thinking there is a big sect of our society that doesn't feel like they are in a good place, or they don't have a job, or they can't make ends meet. And so I do worry about all these platforms where people can kind of hide themselves or go play for a while, and what the ramifications are, or how they're using them to try and maybe get out of a tough lot in life.
Every study comes with caveats.
Yeah, absolutely.
This one, we should note, this is a study published by the Institute for Family Studies. It's a pro-marriage think tank. So, that's the agenda there.
Yeah.
But it found strikingly similar to outcomes among men who gamble. 23% of young men who said they gamble daily, including on sports and events. 66% reported similar angst, according to the survey that asked the young men a variety of questions about their personal behaviors and outlooks.
A study also found disillusionment with the American dream, even as young men fostered high hopes for the future. 7 in 10 respondents said that success is more a matter of who you know than the ability of hard work, but 84% still said they had ambitious plans for their futures.
Okay.
Quarter of participants said they felt lonely all the time, while 30% expressed feeling that way some of the time.
The study also found disillusionment with the American dream, even as young men fostered high hopes for the future. Yeah. 7 in 10 said success is more a matter of who you know than the ability or hard work, but 84%, as you mentioned, still said they had ambitious plans for their futures.
Anyway, it was a story we kind of want to mention, but I feel like the air just went out of the room.
Listen.
I know.
We could have a long conversation about this, but there's a big conversation happening about youth unemployment, especially young men.
A lot more to look at, I would say. Anyway. All right, we're going to switch gears. We have to. We know we do. Heading over to our TV colleagues. Counting you down to the close. The closing bell starts now.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick taking you through to that closing bell. It's a global simulcast. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic, they join us now. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, our partnership with YouTube. A little bit of a sentiment shift here on the day, Carol Massar. Coming off the record highs yesterday, we are modestly lower for most of the major indices that we should just flag for our viewers and our listeners. We are going to get some major earnings coming down the pike in just a matter of minutes, including from the best performing stock of the year, SanDisk.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Western Digital also coming out with earnings. You've got Expedia, eBay, Duolingo, Elf Beauty, Honeywell Aerospace, DoorDash. I mean, there's a lot.
You didn't say AppLovin, did you?
AppLovin?
You didn't say AppLovin.
I didn't. I left that for you.
Oh, wow.
AppLovin.
That's because I'm loving you, and I'm giving you AppLovin.
See, Romaine?
Get a room, you two.
The love over here.
No, we're
Well, you're actually in a room, but all right, I gotcha. But we get to this idea of the earnings season. I know, look, so much hay has been made of the AI trade.
Yeah.
You were sitting here yesterday when AMD and SpaceX crossed the wire, and we're going to hear from SanDisk, a stock that's just took a beating last month, down 50% in the month of July, still up 400+% on a year-to-date basis. But it gets to this idea of just how much risk appetite is still there for some of these high multiple names.
Agreed. So we will watch, and we will be breaking them down in just a moment. But we've just got 20 seconds, and will it be a record on the S&P? Doesn't look like it's going to be that way, Romaine.
Yeah, it looks like the S&P fading into the close here. It had been holding right around the waterline for most of the session here, but now down almost 14 points. It looks like that's where it's going to settle. That's going to basically be down about 0.2% on the day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, which closed at a record high today, adding about 260 plus points, or 0.5% today. So that is another record high. The NASDAQ Composite and NASDAQ 100 each down about 0.8%, and the Russell 2000, Carol, losing about 18 points, or 0.6%.
Almost an even split in the S&P 500. In the S&P, we had 245 names move higher, 256 names move lower today.
Yeah, and we talk about sort of what's been leading the market. Yesterday, on the sector basis, it was all tech. Today, it was materials up 1.5%, healthcare up 1% on the day, financials up 0.2%, and then everything else just faded. Technology stocks as a group basically unchanged. Communication services down 2%. And a big part of that was the big downdraft that we saw in Alphabet.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers as we await some earnings. NVIDIA, that stock up 3.4% off its highs, but nonetheless a gainer on this Wednesday. That company, as I mentioned, up more than 3%. Stock gaining after SpaceX said it would exclusively use NVIDIA AI chips. SpaceX expects to have approximately 2 gigawatts of computing capacity by the end of this year, could rise to as much as 10 gigawatts next year. That's its projections. Nonetheless, that gave Romaine a boost to NVIDIA. The stock up roughly 17% year to date.
Yeah, a little bit earlier, we got earnings out of Booking. Those shares rallied 12% on the day. We're now hearing from one of its competitors, Expedia. Those shares slightly higher In the after-hours trade, after the company said gross bookings in the quarter did come in slightly above estimates at $33.93 billion. Revenue, $4.32 billion. That's also a beat. Adjusted EPS, $5.76, and that is a beat. Here's your guidance for the full year. The company says expect revenue of $16.05 to $16.22 billion. That is a raising of their guidance. Their previous guidance was 15.6 to 16 billion. So basically a beat and raise quarter for the company as you see the shares just slightly higher, up about 1.5%.
Yeah, the stock's actually up about 12% year to date. Looks like it might be actually in the regular session, maybe closing at a record high. But nonetheless, we did see it hit a 52-week high in today's session. Again, investors liking what they heard from the company, up about 5% here now in the aftermarket. Second quarter adjusted EBITDA, 1.12 billion versus 1.04. And then in terms of the outlook, just to go back there, sees third quarter revenue 4.65 to 4.75. And Tim, that is a boost. Estimate on the street was 4.66 billion.
Yeah, for Expedia Group, shares up 4.8% right now. Ariane Gorin, the CEO of the company, she said, quote, "We continue to strengthen our marketplace through more personalized consumer product experiences and expanded supply across our business while leveraging AI as a force multiplier to innovate faster and operate more efficiently." I guess I want to know more details about how they're using AI and how it made them more efficient. I think people could say, okay, well, the conversation is starting to shift from these companies now adopting this technology and making them more efficient. So where does that show up on the bottom line?
All right, we're going to wait for some more earnings. I'm going to go back to some gainers. Shopify, have to mention, at its highs, up almost 25% today, finishing the day with a gain of about 17%. Number one gainer in the NASDAQ 100 today, the highest level since January. The e-commerce giant reported third quarter revenue outlook beating expectations, strengthening the view that it faces limited disruption from artificial intelligence. Revenue is seen growing at a low 30s percentage rate ahead of Wall Street's expectation of a 27% jump. It would mark the sixth consecutive quarter revenue growth exceeding 30%. Keep in mind, the stock has definitely been under pressure. It had fallen 23% this year through Tuesday's close. Stock now still down about 10% amid concerns about AI disruption, but maybe easing some of those investor concerns remain.
Block, XYZ, Jack Dorsey's company, out with its earnings. Second quarter revenue does appear to be a beat, particularly with its Square segment revenue. But the redhead has to do with their third quarter forecast. The company says operating income for the current quarter will be $875 million. That's above street estimates of roughly about $866 million. The company also says that for the quarter, it expects gross profit of about $3.13 billion. That's just a nudge higher than what the street was looking for this particular quarter. The company also providing some full year guidance. It's also just a smidge above analyst estimates.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going through the snapshot here, you mentioned some of the highlights. Just looking for some commentary here. So again, sees adjusted operating income for the third quarter, $875 million. The estimate was $865.7. Sees gross profit of $3.13 billion. The estimate is for $3.12, so a little bit better. And again, seeing adjusted operating margin of about 28%. Tim, that stock bouncing around in the aftermarket, now unchanged, but we did see it a little bit higher earlier on.
Remember, this is the company that a few quarters ago shocked the markets by massive layoffs. A lot of people in wake of that said, okay, well, it was because of overhiring that happened during the pandemic. But again, going back to what everybody's looking for, okay, did AI replace these employees? Is AI making the company more efficient? Shares of Block, initial reaction now up more than 4% in the after hours.
All right, well, we're starting to get some numbers trickling out here right now for Western Digital, the company that now wants to be referred to as WD, one of the big memory storage device makers. The company says that net revenue for the quarter did come in at about $3.75 billion. The street on average was looking for $3.68, so that is a beat. Adjusted EPS coming in at $3.56 a share. The street was looking for $3.31. This release is a bit of a beast to parse through, but you see the reaction in the shares there. They're down about 12%. So the numbers for the most recent quarter did beat, but clearly something else in here that investors are focusing on, and it might have to do with the forecast. The company says that for the current quarter, which is its fiscal first quarter, it expects revenue of $4 billion to $4.2 billion. The street was looking for $4 billion on average, so the low end of that range, pretty much on the nose of what the street was looking for. The company says gross margin in the quarter will be 56%. The street was looking for 53.8%. The company says operating expenses in the quarter will be lower than what the street was looking for.
What's the problem?
At $390 to $400 million. And adjusted EPS in the quarter will be $3.85 to $4.15, the low end of that range above the average of street estimates.
What's the problem?
High expectations?
Yeah, well, the stock's up more than 200% year to date. So I would definitely go into that. I mean, again, going to some of the outlook here, the company sees first quarter adjusted gross margin 55% to 56%. The estimate was 53.8%. So that's, I would say, upbeat there. The company sees first quarter operating expenses, looks like they're reining them in a little bit, $390 million to $400 million. The estimate was $475.3 million. And then Western Digital sees first quarter adjusted EPS $3.85 to $4.15 a share. The estimate on the street was $3.83. So this is I got a little head scratching here.
But the commentary from the company's CEO, now, as Romaine mentioned, WD is how the company wants to be referred to, Irving Tan, it says that that they have confidence in demand. He says, quote, as global data creation continues to accelerate, we enter fiscal year 2027 with continued confidence in the durability of demand and with increasing visibility into our business. With our scale, technology leadership, and operational discipline, WD is well positioned to capitalize on the secular data growth opportunity and deliver long-term shareholder value.
I just want to point out real quickly. We are still waiting SanDisk, and I should point there is a ton of trading activity going on in it right now. Those shares are also down about 8%. The release has been posted on the company's website. We have not gotten it on the Bloomberg terminal, and we should also point out that the files on the company's website right now not actually coming up here. So it's not clear whether people have actually seen the numbers just yet and are reacting to that, or whether they're reacting to what they heard from Western Digital. Of course, Western Digital, the company that spun off SanDisk last year.
We've got it on the terminal now. SanDisk fiscal fourth quarter revenue was $8.97 billion, up 51% sequentially. GAAP net income reported at $6.9 billion. Sequential revenue growth came approximately 1/3 from higher volumes and 2/3 from higher pricing, which is always great for margins, but it's something to keep in mind in terms of when we look through these numbers. Fourth quarter non-GAAP diluted net income per share was $39.25 a share. So we're just starting to get some stuff here, Romaine.
Yeah, I'm going to hold off just a little bit here. I'm not quite getting all of those on my terminal as well, but you see the reaction, and it gets back to this idea that you were getting at, Tim, this idea of high expectations. Of course, Western Digital had been on a tear, but SanDisk had been on even a greater tear here, and it raises a lot of questions as to exactly what actually constitutes a real beat in this day and age.
Well, yeah, we got Jake Silverman coming up. He covers semiconductors for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's going to be joining us. But look, the backdrop is that their demand is high for this stuff. Look at what the stocks have done so far this year. Look at what Apple has had to do as a result of higher input costs, raising prices for certain items. The question is, how long does that demand go on? And is there actual competition from China that U.S. companies can have access to?
Just going through SanDisk a little bit more, expanding their share repurchase authorization, approving an additional $14 billion buyback, bringing total remaining authorization to $15.5 billion. But you're right, we're looking for some comparisons here. But I'm always a little suspect, too, going back to who were we talking about? Was it Western Digital cutting their CapEx, and why? When it is reined in a little bit, why is that happening? All right, guys, that is a wrap. SanDisk down just shy of 5%, now 5% in the aftermarket. That is a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We do call it the closing bell. Remain continuing there over on the close on Bloomberg TV. Tim and I back here on radio on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, shares of SanDisk are lower in the after hours. The company did report earnings. Let's see. First quarter outlook came in below consensus. The fourth quarter adjusted earnings per share did beat estimates. Carol, I know you got the numbers pulled up on the terminal right there.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm looking at the stock, right? So it was down more than 2%. Right now it's down about 1.9%.
It was 2%. Down as much as 8% earlier. Now it's barely down.
It was down a lot more. It was interesting as we were trying to kind of parse through some of these numbers. As we go through, I'm just looking here for actually, it feels like it's hitting the terminal very slowly. I feel like it's hitting everybody kind of a little bit slowly here in terms of the release because it is out there. As I mentioned, I went kind of to...
You went to the press release.
The press release to kind of make some sense out of what is going on. And I'm just looking, I mentioned a buyback that they are doing. I mentioned fiscal year 2026 revenue was $20.25 billion, up 170% year over year. GAAP net income reported $11.43 billion. Revenue outperformance driven by, this is the company saying this, by their mix shift toward higher value customers, data center up 437% and higher pricing. This is really important. When you can charge more, your margins are going to look better. But it's also just to remind that it's not like you're selling more of a product, it's just potentially just more expensive. So when you look at the top line revenue, you have to think about that. Fiscal year 2026 non-GAAP diluted net income per share was $70.88 a share.
Yeah, I think part of the challenge is that they do this big slide deck.
Yeah. So going through it.
The little robots going through it are going through.
We are not a robot, at least not yet.
We are going through slowly. But I'll go back to what Irving Tan said. Because I think the demand part of this conversation is really what drives everything.
Yeah.
And Irving Tan, the CEO of WD, you're looking at WD or?
Oh, I'm on SanDisk.
Okay, you're on SanDisk. So we're looking at both of these actually.
Right? We are looking at both of these.
Yeah, we're looking at both of these.
Sorry.
So on the WD side, Irving Tan said that global data creation continues to accelerate. We enter 2027 for the fiscal year with continued confidence in the durability of demand and with increasing visibility into our business.
All right, so let's get to it.
Why do they do these both on the same day?
I don't know. Well, yeah. Jake Silverman is with us, Bloomberg Intelligence semiconductor analyst. He's joining us from New Jersey. SanDisk, Western Digital. Let's start with SanDisk and tell us what's interesting to you.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting that it seems like the guidance is a little bit light, at least in terms of revenue. The most important thing for investors to keep in mind right now is supply and demand. And so that's what they're really looking at is the pace of these upward estimate revisions that we've seen on pricing for NAND. So, the deceleration that we're seeing was expected, but also investors want to see the rate not decelerate quite at the same pace that it actually is. And ultimately, the additional customers that they're continuing to sign on these long-term agreements, I believe they had 5 customers last quarter that they mentioned, or the last quarterly earnings call, and now they signed 5 incremental customers to these. They call them new business model agreements. Seems like they're contracted minimum revenue. So that's going to be the main focus for investors on the call.
I know we're here to talk about SanDisk, but we can't talk about SanDisk without talking about Western Digital. Can you sort of explain, or WD as it's known now, can you just explain the distinction between these two from what they make and who their customers are?
Yeah, so they used to be one company. They split not too long ago. But Western Digital, really what they focus on are hard disk drives. And this is primarily data center products. It's more like cold storage. So things that, if you were running some sort of process in the cloud, something like that, a lot of the data that's getting stored for long-term use, not something that you necessarily need while you're actually using your computer, your server, whatever, but something that you want to retrieve later on. That's going to be hosted in a hard disk drive. NAND is more something that you would use sort of while you're actually operating your workload, something like that. So it's kind of like active, call it warm, hot storage, something like that. So that's really the main distinction, but they're both forms of storage at the end of the day. They're also manufactured quite a bit differently. And while the argument was that there were synergies between these two technologies in the past, I think there's a pretty clear reason that the two companies ended up separating early this year.
Well, shareholders have sent the signal, right? Like everything.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the way these companies have individually at least perform from a stockholder perspective has been just pretty remarkable, Carol.
Yeah, no, it's pretty remarkable. I was just looking at Western Digital up 201% year to date. If you look at SanDisk, we've talked about this being the number one performer in the S&P 500. It's up 468% year to date. I just do want to mention SanDisk, as we bring up that stock, it's down about 2.5%. Some headlines, fourth quarter adjusted EPS, $39.25 a share. That's way outbeating the estimate of the street, $34.37 a share. As for the outlook, the company says it sees first quarter revenue of $10.3 billion to $10.8 billion. That is below the street estimate of $11.16 billion. And it also sees first quarter adjusted EPS of $44 to $46 a share. Street estimate is $45.58 a share. So I don't know, top questions that maybe, I don't know, is there a takeaway from either of these companies when it comes to kind of the AI trade and AI narrative?
Yeah, I think with Western Digital, it's interesting because I don't think there's been as much of a historic AI narrative.
Yeah.
I do think that that's starting to change. The companies are certainly starting to kind of hint that at least there's some attach rate for HDDs related to AI inferencing. I think Seagate intimated that on their last earnings call. So wouldn't be surprised to hear WD at Western Digital say something similar. For SanDisk, I think all of the growth that you've really been seeing in terms of the sudden spike in bit growth, and not just SanDisk, but also their JV manufacturing partner Kioxia, and then the Korean peers, Micron, et cetera, that they all are seeing this massive demand for AI inferencing. And so that's really been driving the sudden demand that we're seeing in NAND, and also those rapid spikes in pricing that we've seen as well. So those are kind of the main drivers in terms of AI.
All right, good stuff. Jake, thank you so much. Again, looking at shares of SanDisk, they are down in the aftermarket, just down about 3.3%. And we also saw Western Digital also feeling some pressure here in the aftermarket. That one is down as I bring it up, down almost 10%. Jake Silverman, thank you so much. We're back in a moment.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up at Bloomberg.com/newsletters. That's Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We're doing this because the questions are smart.
We'd love to hear from you.
Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to send questions to our hosts.
Thank you for sending in your questions.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is the Bloomberg Business of Entertainment Report. The National Hockey League is looking to take advantage of the sports pop culture moment.
Are there any gay hockey players?
Hockey-themed shows like Heated Rivalry on HBO Max and Off Campus on Amazon's Prime Video, as well as big Olympic ratings after the team won its first gold medal since 1980, gave the sport a nice boost. But among the four major U.S. pro leagues, the NHL's popularity has lagged for decades. The NHL Players Association is creating the Player Collective to build the personal brands of players and expand licensing opportunities with the goal of making NHL players more recognizable to fans. They're pushing the league's rising young stars like New Jersey Devils forward Jack Hughes and New York Islanders defenseman Matthew Schaefer. The Players Association has also established a partnership with Archie Comics, starting with a comic book that places young players in the story. The NHL begins its next season in September. Lisa Mateo, Bloomberg Radio.
This is the Bloomberg Pursuits Report on Luxury, sponsored by Fidelity Wealth Management. More luxury travelers are designing multi-stop vacations pairing high-energy city destinations, followed with quieter, more relaxing locales. Travel agents call them split trips, like visiting Singapore then the rainforests of Borneo. One trip, two distinct experiences. The vacation rental site Savvy says city to beach is the most common pattern, with Nashville to Orange Beach, Alabama, its top pairing, followed by Austin to South Padre Island in Texas. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure stays in control across New England today. It's partly to mostly sunny. Some high clouds drifting through the area, 85 to 90. Clear to partly cloudy tonight, 70. More sun tomorrow. Late in the day, there could be a shower thunderstorm inland. It'll be 85 to 90. Clearing tomorrow night, 70 to 75. Sunny, hot, humid Friday. Chance of a storm, 90 to 95. I'm Rob Carroll with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Why wade through boring and irrelevant topics on AM radio when you can listen to Bloomberg 92.9 FM for stories that matter? Breaking global news and the context you need. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word from Honeywell Aerospace. It is reducing its outlook after supply chain issues hampered growth at the newly independent aerospace and defense supplier during the most recent quarter. eBay reporting second quarter sales and profit that beat expectations. Investors bidding up shares of eBay. Right now, the stock is higher by 1.7%. SanDisk, a company we were just talking about, first quarter revenue forecast missed estimates after our SanDisk shares are down by just about 5.5%. Turned out to be a down day today for the S&P 500 index. Spent much of the session swinging between gains and losses by the time it was all over, falling from a record. S&P down 12 to 77.23. That was a drop of 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 263, a record on the Dow at 54,349, up by about 0.5%. And NASDAQ fell 221 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there just about 0.8%. So the record run for stocks taking a breather, traders digesting those recent gains. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index down 0.6% today. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, down 1.4%. 2-year at 4.18%, the 10-year 4.61%, and the 30-year 5.16%. Gold, $42.46 the ounce. Spot gold surging 4.1% today. West Texas Intermediate crude $75.03 a barrel, down by 1%. Brent $79.30, down by 0.1% as traders follow the latest headlines out of the Middle East. So again, recapping here, stocks lower. S&P pulling back from yesterday's surge, down 13 points, a drop there of 0.2%. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We do want to get to a Bloomberg Business Week exclusive, original reporting. It's on a story about a confidential document that says kept a safety feature from millions of TikTok users, about 15 million, by design, as part of an experiment. One of those users died by suicide. There is a lot of careful reporting here to get to. The story by the award-winning and recognized Bloomberg News investigative reporter Olivia Carville. She joins us here on set. The story, by the way, is also today's Bloomberg Big Take. Olivia, good to have you here. This story is about a document. What is this document? What does it tell us?
Thank you so much for having me on. So I think it's important to have context around this document. And for that, we've got to go back in time. Early 2022, a 16-year-old boy from Long Island took his own life. He died by suicide. After this happened, his mum, who didn't understand, went searching through his social media accounts, trying to find a sense of what had happened to him. When she found his TikTok account, she was shocked by the fact that the algorithm was sending him non-stop distressing, depressing videos, many of them encouraging suicide. A year later, I reach out to the company because I'm writing a story about this young boy and the way the algorithm was sending in so much sad content. And I asked the company what had happened to Chase NASCAR's account. Why is the algorithm sending him all of these videos about suicide? That sparked an internal review at TikTok. It's an extraordinary review where they do a deep dive into his watch history, what he was seeing in the weeks, days, and hours before he died. And that review is what is contained within this confidential document.
Tell us more about Chase. Who is he?
Chase was a 16-year-old boy from Long Island. He was a high school junior, an elite athlete, really good at swimming, really good at soccer. He had a big group of friends. He had no mental health issues. There was no depression, no anxiety in his background. He was an honors student. There was no warning shots that there was a concern with his own mental health. His death was a mystery to his friends, to his family. But what happened in January of 2022 is that this young teenage boy started sharing very dark videos on TikTok with his friends. Videos about suicide. They didn't understand why he was sharing this content, and it happened very quickly, and this document tells us why.
What does it tell us?
It tells us that this teenage boy's account, this very normal teenage boy, was pushed into a filter bubble of suicide and self-harm content. That's like an online echo chamber where he is repetitively recommended depressing, sad videos, many of them encouraging suicide, and it tells us why he was pushed into that filter bubble.
So let's go there. Why was he pushed into this so-called filter bubble?
So again, if we go back in time, in early 2022, TikTok has realized that these filter bubbles can be quite harmful for its users. And at this point, TikTok has 150 million American users. They want to make the platform safer. So they design a feature to break up repetitive videos about the same topic. So rather than getting sad video, sad video, sad video, you get sad video, funny video, happy video, silly video. They want to break up those filter bubbles. So they roll out this feature, which they call a filter bubble prevention strategy, but they hold back 10% of US users. That's one of the most important figures in this document. They withhold 15 million Americans from this safeguard because they want to test engagement. They want to understand how this safety feature is going to impact how long you stay logged on for.
So this group that they held back, who didn't get essentially the safety feature, right? That was their control group?
That was their control group.
So this was an experiment?
This was an experiment. In their own words in this document, they refer to it as an experiment. And Chase Nasker was in that control group.
Go ahead, Carol.
Well, one thing I want to ask, because you and I have talked about this story and I've read it and we've read it. When they held it back in the document, TikTok says they held back the safety feature by design. Why are those two words important?
Those two words are so important, Carol, because right now in US courts, there is a broad litigation alleging that social media platforms are dangerous and addictive by design. That these companies have created platforms that are engineered for addiction. That what their main goal is to keep you logged on for as long as possible, regardless of how that may impact your mental health. And so for the first time, we're seeing a social media platform use that same language that they experimented on millions of US users, including teenagers, and that as part of that experiment, they withheld a safety feature from one of those teenage users, quote, by design. This was the company intentionally, deliberately holding back that safeguard.
It speaks to, there was an awareness, right?
That's right, it speaks to intent.
I want to read the company's response that they sent you. In response to questions about the document, a TikTok spokesperson sent a written statement saying the company was, quote, deeply committed to the safety and well-being of users, especially teens. Our hearts break for any family that experienced a tragic loss, the spokesperson said. Quote, to help protect our community, we continue to invest significantly in trust and safety, including robust detection systems and dedicated enforcement teams that proactively remove content that violates our community guidelines.
So, Olivia, that was the company's response in the last couple of weeks?
That was the company's response this week to this story. And it's important to point out, TikTok has 40,000 people working on their trust and safety team. They have huge investments.
How many people?
40,000 people working on trust and safety.
Right.
More than $1 billion is spent trying to safeguard this platform. So there are huge efforts underway to do this. But I also think what this document shows us is that sometimes these decisions are made too fast without thinking about the impact on the user.
Can you talk about this? And you answered this a little bit before we read the statement, but the broader trend of social media companies over the last couple of years you and the team did a great documentary on this, about the pressure that they've come under, not just from lawmakers, but also from lawsuits that have been filed on behalf of families.
Yeah, and I was mentioning the litigation earlier. So this is thousands of lawsuits that have been filed right across the country.
Can I just put a number? Because you put a number on it. You said more than 4,000 personal injury lawsuits have been filed accusing social media companies of harming children's mental health. Many, though, right, have been consolidated.
Yeah, been consolidated into two tracks, one in state court, one in federal court. In addition to those 4,000 lawsuits, 1,200 school districts have filed the same case against the social media platforms, alleging that they are addictive and that they have drained school resources on like mental health counselling. And in addition to that, we're seeing 42 state attorneys general file suit against the companies alleging the same thing. So there is massive litigation unfolding across the US right now. We saw the very first trial earlier this year where Google and Meta were held accountable for harming the mental health of a 20-year-old woman. And documents like this are surfacing right now because of that litigation. These companies went through a 2-year discovery process, and they handed over more than 6 million internal documents to the lawyers. So now we get a first kind of behind the scenes look at what was really happening inside the world's biggest social media platforms as they fought to grow their users. And this is an incredibly competitive space. You know, the main goal is to keep you logged on for as long as possible, and they don't want to lose users to other platforms. And so this is part of that.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's about bringing more users and then also kind of managing against safety, like managing those two things.
And what it's called in the trust and safety space, Carol, it's a trade-off between user safety and user growth. How do we keep the platform growing as fast as it can, but keep it as safe as it can be for the users? And too often, the companies, according to these lawsuits and according to previous reporting, are dialing up the user growth priority and dialing back the user safety priority.
What's so important in this story, and I highly recommend people check it out also on the Bloomberg, but you can tell in the reporting you're very careful about laying out the timeline. I just want to go back to that for a moment, because there was a congressional hearing back in March, on March 23rd, 2023, with TikTok's CEO answering questions from lawmakers. That's an important moment in time too?
Hugely important for this timeline. So if we think about what's happening, now that we have this document, we know that inside the company, they were doing this review of Chase Nasker's account to try and understand what had happened to his account and why he was receiving so many videos about suicide. They figure out why, and that's because he had that safeguard withheld from his account. And that very same month, the CEO is testifying before Congress, answering questions about child safety. And I do want to point to just one of the follow-up questions that they got from Congress. They were asked specifically, how many cases is TikTok aware of where users have committed suicide after receiving sad, depressing, or suicide-promoting videos? We know the company knew that it had sent those kind of videos to Chase Nasker because of this document, and this was the written response. TikTok does not believe that use of the platform has caused users to commit suicide.
And again, what's key is timing in all of this, which you lay out. As he testified 2 weeks after that in-depth review, right?
Yes.
That TikTok did of Chase's account.
That's right. This was in the written responses to Congress that came from the company rather than from TikTok's CEO. We're not aware of whether or not he was made aware of this review, but the company responded to congressional questions and put on the record that they didn't believe that their platform had caused any users to commit suicide, and this was said after this review was conducted.
As we said, laid out, and the dates and the timeline are so important, as well as some of the words that were said. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Always. Bloomberg News investigative reporter Olivia Carville. Her full reporting, it is today's Bloomberg Big Take. It is on the Bloomberg. It can also be found at Bloomberg.com. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic. We're back in a moment.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Southern California, a man arrested near President Trump's Los Angeles area golf course ahead of his visit is facing charges after authorities say they discovered he was in possession of an unregistered rifle. The man arousing suspicions over the weekend. ABC's Christian Cordero has more.
They're accusing him of visiting this Trump National Golf Course there in Southern California 2 times in the days leading up to President Trump's fundraising event there. And the second time, this is ultimately what the big red flag was he approached federal agents, according to investigators, and identified himself as somebody who works for the State Department and said that he was there for security details.
The ongoing conflict between the U.S. and Iran continues. President Trump says talks with Iran are going nicely to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran says it's in talks with Oman on a joint agreement. On Wall Street today, stocks ending mixed in international trading. This is ABC News.
I'm Lisa Mateo, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
America is built with perseverance, resilience, and determination. Now you can put that same strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Mutual Insured Bonds. BAM protects municipal bonds that finance the backbone of our country. Roads, schools, clean water, and so much of the infrastructure we rely on. Invest with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Insured Bonds.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, Progressive Abdul El Sayed wins the Democratic primary in Michigan. We talk with Kyle Kondik from the University of Virginia's Center for Politics about what it means for the general election.
I do think probably Stevens would have been the safer choice for Democrats, although she didn't exactly light the world on fire in her own campaign. And just in terms of candidate skills, I think El Sayed was probably stronger, but he's also definitely a more kind of factional, clearly left-wing candidate. And in a swing state race, you'd probably have someone you'd probably rather have someone who's perceived as closer to the center. So I think El Sayed probably will underperform what you might expect a generic Democrat, although there's no such thing as an actual generic Democrat or Republican. But in a year like this, even if he does underperform, that still may not prevent him from winning, given that this is a Democratic-leaning year.
The conventional wisdom that not only is El Sayed a weaker general election candidate, but that the Democratic Party is having this massive internal fight with socialism and communism. Does this race represent that, or is this a single race story?
I do think there's a trend. I think over the summer, kind of going into a lot of the primary season, the thought was, well, are the Democrats actually going through their own kind of Tea Party moment that Republicans went through and arguably are still going through, 15 years ago after Barack Obama got elected. The initial results from primaries were kind of mixed earlier this year. I do think the results from the summer do point to kind of a growing strength for kind of more left-wing anti-establishment forces within the Democratic Party.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on SanDisk shares after hours, after earnings, down now by 3.1%. First quarter revenue forecast missed estimates. SanDisk did approve a $14 billion buyback program. Again, after hours, down 3.3% on SanDisk. The Dow, the S&P, both ended the day mixed. We had the Dow at a record, up another 263 points, building on yesterday's surge, up by 0.5%. The S&P, though, finished lower, down 13 points, dropped there just about 0.2%. So the S&P pulling back from yesterday's record, taking a breather to 77.23. NASDAQ today down 221 points, down by about 0.8%. NASDAQ 100 index also down by 0.8%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.6%. The SOX late day swoon there for the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Index, down 1.4%. The 2-year yield 4.18%, with the 10-year 4.61%. Gold up $169 the ounce, up 4.1%, while West Texas Intermediate crude now just below 74.97, as investors keep an eye on developments out of the Strait of Hormuz, down 1% on WTI. Barrel of Brent 79.24, down by 0.1%. SpaceX today down 13.6%. This a day after earnings. So what was on the minds of SpaceX investors? Eric Weiner is Bloomberg News senior editor for equities, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
So we still don't really have a ton of specifics. We don't know when profits are going to come. The valuation is insane just based on what's assumed, and they're getting dinged for spending. I mean, because that's the only concrete thing we have.
Bloomberg's Eric Weiner interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Again, SpaceX today down 13.6%, also hit hard after earnings. AMD, Advanced Micro, lower today by 7%. Recapping, S&P lower, pulling back from a record, down 0.2%. Dow Industrials did hit another record. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you catch your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet. I want to talk a little media at the end of our program today. Shares at Disney, they closed higher by 3.7%. The company's profit beat Wall Street estimates in the fiscal third quarter. Soaring income from its entertainment division, the resilience of its theme parks in California and Florida. Also, shares of Paramount Skydance Corp rose 4.5%. The company posted a surprise surge in second quarter profits. Cost cutting from its merger last year continuing to pay off. Let's bring in Chris Palmieri, Bloomberg News Media and Entertainment Team Lead. He joins us from our LA bureau. Chris, we wanted to talk to you yesterday, but SpaceX ruined all the fun.
So blame Elon.
So thanks for hanging out with us today. We do really appreciate it. I want to start with what we saw from Disney this morning. Earnings per share rose to $2.06. That beat forecasts. Operating income also came in above forecasts. What were the highlights?
Yeah, so two legacy media companies here, both showing surprisingly good profits, but for different reasons. Disney, once again, driven by the theme parks. Really interesting in that, if you remember, Comcast a short while ago said the Universal Studios parks were not doing so well. SeaWorld also had a dip. But Disney seems to be holding up. They've been having promotions. You get a discounted ticket after 2 p.m. in the afternoon, for example, and discounts for Florida residents and such. So the theme park's doing strong there. Also, Disney Plus, their streaming business, once again showing pretty good profit growth.
Okay, let's separate those two things out. I want to start with the theme parks. Why would Universal parks not do well compared to Disney? Is it just because of Disney's IP and all the experiences that they have there?
Well,
what else is it?
Universal opened that big Epic Universe park a little more than a year ago, and so I think there was some degree, people coming to see that. And so they had a pretty good year last year, Universal, and then, Disney was, I think, attendance was up about 1% overall. So, not as great a year. So I think now people are coming back to Disney. That's part of it. But yeah, it is surprising because, gas prices impact every theme park operator. People don't want to drive.
Yeah, I do wonder, though, if you don't want to travel or something, maybe you're worried because of war or something. Like, I don't know. I also feel like for kids, if you have kids, you go to Disney, don't you,
And not
Chris?
if they don't know it exists.
It sounds like Tim.
That's the key in our household.
Just you wait.
No, I know.
I got to be honest with you, Chris. I love this company. I love all its moving parts. I never
Are you a
thought
Disney Plus subscriber?
I don't know if
Well,
we
sounds
are.
like you don't love it that much.
All right, but but I have to say, when I finally took my daughter, and I never thought I kind of would go to the park. I was afraid it was going to be so commercialized. I took her when she was 8 or 9. I fell in love with it. I just spent the whole, long time there.
And then she became a Disney adult.
And then she, even my daughter, when she's
No, I was talking about you.
Oh, yeah. I dress up in princess
It
costume.
happens. People are enchanted. They get married there. Some people even scatter their ashes there. I mean, it's a place that people love, and it's not for everybody, but for a lot of people, it is.
There's a reason it's called the Magic Kingdom.
Well, how do they innovate on that? And from the experience that Carol had with her daughter, who is now of age, who would not necessarily, you guys would not take a family trip there, Carol, right now, right?
What's interesting is this is actually kind of a lull in terms of really new park attractions. I mean, part of what's driving this we didn't talk about is the cruise ships. They've had a lot of those, pretty much doubling the fleet.
Yep.
And those things are insane in terms of pricing if you compare them to other cruise ships. People just pay.
It's higher end, right, Chris?
Yeah, but it's just the Disney magic. Again, there's stuff you can only get on a Disney ship. But we're starting, and they have their big D23 fan convention coming up this month. And so they'll talk about some of the new projects. They've got this Villains Land, the first time they've ever done that, coming to Orlando and that. But it's not a particularly strong period right now for new theme park attractions. This is something else going on.
Okay, well, go ahead, Carol.
It's got a new park in Abu Dhabi, right, that they're building. I mean, so they do continue to expand.
Yeah, that's still a ways off, but yeah, they do, and they reinvest in the parks, and they have new shows and things like that to keep people coming.
What about the streaming side of this and the streaming part of the business?
Well, we've seen Disney execute a real turnaround in streaming. They were losing billions of dollars a few years ago. They raised the price quite a lot, and they cut back on spending. They had a lot of shows people weren't watching, and all of these levers. They've launched an advertising supported tier. So that has helped really boost the profits of that, and it is a significant part of the business now.
All right, we got to talk a little bit about Paramount Skydance, which also came out with earnings about 24 hours ago. Stock finished up, Chris, about 4.5% here. I mean, we're all just kind of waiting when it comes to the merger. This trial set for March. What do we need to know about what we got from the company?
Yes, stock reaction kind of surprising given the bad news they got late yesterday, which is the trial's not happening until March. And remind you, they have those ticking fees that they have to pay to Warner Brothers if they don't close past the end of September. And so this is becoming an even costlier proposition and riskier. It may not go through.
Wait.
Can I just say, under the merger agreement, right, as Chris said, the company agreed to pay roughly $7 million a day to Warner Brother shareholders beginning October 1st until the deal is finalized. That could total more than $1.6 billion by June.
Chris,
that's real money, Chris.
Yeah. We don't have a ton of time, but something struck me that you just said, which was it may not go through. Are analysts actually seriously considering that possibility?
The odds have come down in terms of Kalshi in that. I mean, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that this gets thwarted in court. But I think the general consensus is that they either win or reach some sort of settlement, and the deal continues. That's the general feeling. But again, anything could happen in court.
Well, as you said, good day for media companies, although Disney's a lot more than a media company, but nonetheless, we definitely saw some outperformance in these names. Chris Palmieri, thank you as always. Really appreciate it. Media and entertainment team lead, Bloomberg News, of course, out there in our LA bureau.
Hey, just taking a look at shares and how those companies closed on the day today. We did see shares of both of those companies higher. Disney 3.7% to the upside, and Paramount Skydance up 4.5%.
All right, but now we have a trial date. That's a long ways off.
Yeah.
You know, just a little ticking there. Hey, listen, everybody, just a reminder how we ended on this Wednesday. We did not see a record on the S&P. It looks like it was down about 13 points, and the NASDAQ 100 finished down about 0.8%. We're coming back with stocks on the move.
Catch complete coverage from the world of politics and the world of business on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Tune in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons tonight at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television.
Get essential news on the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers. Hi, I'm Ed Ludlow. Join me for Bloomberg Tech, a daily podcast focused exclusively on technology, innovation, and the future of business. Every weekday, we bring you the latest insights on Silicon Valley's top companies and conversations with tech's biggest decision makers. Listen to Bloomberg Tech on your commute home and stay ahead of the news cycle. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Miss the day's top interviews from Bloomberg News? Catch up on the Bloomberg Talks podcast. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Batteries Plus.
Power your ride with Batteries Plus. Motorcycles to boats, ATVs to side-by-sides. Whatever you ride, Batteries Plus has the battery for it. Power all your outdoor adventures with help from the experts in charge. Stop by your local Batteries Plus today.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Partly cloudy skies tonight. We drop to 70. Intervals of sun and clouds Thursday. Hot and humid. Chance for an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. Mostly inland. We'll get up to 90. Clear Thursday night. Low in the lower 70s. Partly to mostly sunny. Hot and humid Friday. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm. High in the lower 90s. Partly sunny. A shower or thunderstorm Saturday. High in the upper 80s. I'm Scott Kaplan with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive. Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.